What are you doing?
Good. Doing well. Just,
No, what are you doing?
setting up my stream. That's all.
Oh, you're streaming today?
I've been streaming every time I go live now. Um, Trying to uh, keep up the content, I guess, right? Uh, okay, I gotta go here. And then here. Copy. Uh, and then over here, do this. Uh, Copy. Um, all right, that appears to be working. Um,
This Discord chat's gonna be live.
yeah, all my other ones have been. I mean, it's
Okay.
to 0 viewers on YouTube, but sometimes
This
five or
Discord
six.
chat's gonna be live.
Oh, is there an echo?
Sure.
Yeah,
Yep.
all my other ones have been. I mean, it's
Okay.
to 0 viewers on YouTube.
How did that happen? Is that
Sometimes
I can hear the Discord chat like a few
Oh, is there an
seconds.
echo? Yeah,
Yep.
all my other ones have been. Oh, okay, I figured it out. Oh, I hate it when it does that. Uh, it was the
You wait.
it was the Instagram.
If you would have waited like a few minutes, there would have been like uh, 9 voices talking over each other, each from the same guy.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. Chat alerts. Turn on. Chat alerts. Okay. So, bookwork. Okay. And so this goes right here. Perfect. And then the last thing is that needs to go over here. And you'd think it would update these things automatically, but no. Nope. Um, okay, so we are live. Let's see. So, Gabriel's horn is kind of goofy. Ah, yes. Is that the one with infinite surface area and finite volume? If I remember correctly. What you think about hard problem, brain? I'm not sure what you mean. Do you mean NP hard? maybe some clarification on that. Hey, I got a last high school year geometry exam in 3 hours. This geometry is about matrices and circles and ellipses and parabolas and vectors. Iranian here. Okay, well, good luck, man. I hope you do well. Have fun with that. Sounds like you're doing conic sections. Let's see. Anyone over here? No. Hard problem of consciousness. Oh, I typically don't consider that a very hard problem. The current model that we have for consciousness is that it stems from the brain. So that appears to be what all the evidence says. So, like, if someone has a different model, I'm happy to entertain another model, but that's the current model I have available to me. So, let's see. I'm from Morocco. Saleh B. Accurate. I have an inquiry about simple harmonic motion and pendium mechanics. Uh-oh. Matthew. You have a hot mic.
Hey guys. Oh, sorry.
Let's see. Simple harmonic motion and pendulum mechanics. Yeah, well we only know pendulum mechanics, or I guess harmonic motion, up to the trivial level, right? Like something that is swinging back and forth. As soon as you add two pendulums together, then it turns into a chaos theory problem, right? It's very similar to like gravity, right? We understand gravity fairly well with two objects that are, rotating around each other. But as soon as you give me three of, approximately equal mass and equal distance, then, the calculations are just completely screwy. It's like nearly impossible to predict anything. Let's see. But qualia, like picture in a head, if you're a physicalist, where would you say the subjective experience exists? If in the brain, then why can't we observe other people's experiences? Well, we can up to the technology that is allowable. We only have the technology able up to some threshold based on what we've been able to explore, but we can read people's thoughts. We can determine images that they were looking at or thinking about. We can hook up brains to control other things. We can tell when someone's in different states, like if they're in REM sleep or non-REM sleep or whatnot. There's all kinds of things. We're able to even do surgery on the brain in order to repair it in particular ways, right? So we have a lot of understanding, but like if you're somehow suggesting that one is required to have perfect understanding in order to refute the model that we have for our current understanding, then you could do that with literally anything. You could be like, well, we don't know what water is, right? Because our model of water is not perfect. That's just kind of silly, right? That's not how we operate, Let's see. What math class challenged you in particular the most? Math class most challenging for me, probably modern algebra. I'm not that much of an algebraist. Was fairly difficult for me. In terms of math, difficult. I like all math, so I like doing algebra. But in terms of what felt the hardest, probably modern algebra, like doing silo groups or silo groups and all that. That was a little tedious. But, yes, exactly. It's usually gravity, mass, and the angles plus point would be finding a simple formula for calculus of the length, I suppose. Yeah. You think information is fundamental? I suppose. I don't know. I'm not sure what you mean by fundamental. Maybe. Information seems to be everywhere. Nice to see you again, bro. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for joining. Let's see. So this one's an open forum. So if anyone wants to chat in the Discord, we can chat about whatever you want. And if anyone would like to join in on the chat, feel free to join the Discord as well. You can also join the Discord and just be silent. You don't have to chat or anything, so you can just listen in on the conversation and whatnot. But yeah, whatever anyone wants to talk about. So I'm trying to make this more organized, where like on Friday and Monday I'll try to do more 1v1 debate style, but on Sundays I'll try to do more like free-flowing conversation stuff. It doesn't perfectly work out like that, but do the best I can. I want to become a civil engineer or high-power electrical engineer. Do you have any advice for researchers making my resume in the university stand out in the eyes of the global professors to apply? Oh my. High-power electrical engineer. That sounds very fascinating. What would stand out? I'm not sure, man. You'd probably want to talk to some other engineers and figure out what they would say. They probably know a lot more than me. Certainly when it comes to a lot of STEM fields, I know that a lot of departments in STEM programs, whether it's physics or engineering or whatnot, give a lot of weight to someone's math skills. So if they see that you've done well in math, that's typically important, to them. So I think that's probably needs to stand out, right? So like if you have C's in calculus, I've known people that got like a C in calculus and then retook calculus they didn't want the C on their transcript, right? I just followed 5 minutes ago. What's this about? Oh, thanks. Yeah, I'm Bobby. I run a Instagram. Been doing chats with people and posting videos online. And went viral a few weeks ago. So now I have 10,000 followers or so. But yeah. Just trying to do the best I can and grow the channel and see what people like. It's a combination of a bunch of different things that are just similar to me. So, mathematician, talk about math, science stuff, physics, whatever anyone wants to chat about. It's always perfectly fine. Or religion, atheism, or politics or whatever, right? Any tips on self-studying math? I don't know, man. So these are always difficult questions for me because, like, I really like doing math, and so I did so much math stuff all the time that I was just always doing math. So like, was I overstudying? I don't know, right? It's hard to tell. I will say that there are a couple of things that I had to do. Every now and then. So it didn't happen all that often, but like once a year, I would have like a bunch of things that I really needed to know, and I'm not very good at memorizing shit, so I had to make a bunch of flashcards. So I wrote out a bunch of flashcards on like, statistics names or whatever, and then I would flash through them with myself, as I was like on the bus or, going here, going there. I would just constantly be reading them and going over them again. And so I've had to do that on multiple occasions, but other than that, I was just always doing math problems. So fundamental, he meant. Okay. Thank you anyways. Of course. So you're basically holding up the infrastructure of society while the rest of us just walk on it. Direct respect, you got this. Okay, yeah, no worries. Thanks. It's a very hectic domain. I think you were talking to the other guy. I got you. Let's see. Not sure whether questions are intended to be submitted. Oh, you can submit the questions wherever you want. Where did you give me the question? What was this? Oh, okay. So, Matt, you posted in the general place. That's fine, but you can post in the chat of the room that we're in. And I'm just reading some of the questions on Instagram as people connect, and on the YouTube live. But I can read this one here. Let's see. So, not sure the question intended to be submitted, but curious thoughts on consequences of accepting the axiom of choice, such as the Banach-Tarski paradox. Yeah, so the axiom of choice is a tough one, right? Because generally the argument that mathematicians will get into. So you know, you have a bunch of mathematicians, they're all at a bar, they're all like drinking, and then they start fighting about the axiom of choice, right? The things that they're going to bring up are what are you willing to give up and what are you willing to accept. So the Banach-Tarski paradox is an example of something absolutely silly to accept as a fact, right? And so you would be on the side of axiom of choice is dumb. You shouldn't be accepting the axiom of choice. We should be accepting something weaker because the Banach-Tarski paradox is obviously dumb, right? And so that's an example of one side of the argument, right? The other side of the argument would be probably a reference to like a theorem. So a very standard theorem. So like we have this concept called countable in mathematics. Countable sets are the smallest size of infinity that you can have. When you have a countable number of countable things, then you're basically adding up a countable number of countable infinities. That really feels like something that should, you know, remain countable. Like you haven't done anything so extravagant to somehow become the next largest infinity, right? And that turns out to be a theorem. A countable union of countable sets is countable. And so that's a fundamental theorem of set theory. It's a fundamental theorem of math. Everyone loves it. It's amazing. It's beautiful. We love this thing, right? That statement is equivalent to the axiom of choice. It's not a consequence of it. It's equivalent to it, right? Wait, I'm sorry. Let me back up. I'm sorry. It's only equivalent to the weakest version of the axiom. I messed up. It's not exactly equivalent to it. It's yeah. I think it's a consequence. You know what? I'm just going to Google it real quick because I don't remember off the top of my head. Is the countable union of countable sets equivalent to the axiom of choice? Might be. Maybe it is. No. Okay. No, it's not. Whew. Okay. So I was correct to correct myself. It's equivalent to the countable axiom of choice, which, and that's fine. That's fine. So the point is that the countable union of countable sets, it's not equivalent to it, but it's a consequence of the axiom of choice. That would be something incredibly difficult to give up. Like, should we give up the countable union of countable sets? A lot of people would be like, that, what would the consequence of that be? That you can union a bunch of countable sets and it magically becomes uncountable? That just seems ridiculous, right? Especially since we can like plainly see that it should be countable, like when we draw it on a piece of paper, right? So that's a tricky one. I'm probably a pro axiom of choice. I say, you know what? It's too elegant to throw away, and I really don't care about, you know, trying to figure out all the if-thens of what we should keep or not keep about it. And, you know, if there's a couple of shitty paradoxes that show up here and there, oh well, you know, we'll just learn them and move on, right? Let's see, a couple more questions. Civic engineering. I'm a 24-year-old. I have a feeling that I have to learn everything. I like math, economics, politics, biology, everything that has to do with the sciences. Do you think this feeling will hinder me? No, I don't think so. I think it's great to be excited about all the different things to learn. There will be an unfortunate reality that you can't learn everything. But I wouldn't worry about that at the undergraduate level. I don't know if you're at the undergraduate level or the graduate level. So at the undergraduate level, the chance to get to take the introduction to every single course, that's kind of part of being an undergraduate. You get to try out all these different topics, you get to learn all these random different things. It's kind of cool, it's fun, you know. If you like a particular topic, you take the second semester of it, you know, the more challenging one or whatever. And so you get to learn a little bit about everything. You get to learn about biology, some economics, you know, this, that, the other, blah, blah, blah. If when you get to graduate school, and this is just an unfortunate fact of reality, there's no such thing as someone that knows everything. Like it doesn't exist, right? And so when you get to graduate school and you want to become a refined researcher, you're probably going to have to pick a specific field, right? You'll necessarily have to, right? And that field you will spend an incredible amount of study in, and you will learn far more than you ever learned in undergraduate, and it will all be on this one little tiny niche topic, and at the very end of it you'll make some very minor teeny tiny contribution to, you know, the set of human knowledge, right? And that's what it means to get a PhD, right? So yeah. Anyway, so that's how that kind of goes in my math journey. Now, I should say, after you get your graduate degree, you can wind up studying so many other topics. Plenty of people get a degree and then they continue learning all these other topics all the time. So you learn about biology, or you learn about chemistry, or you learn about this. You know, whatever you know you find interesting or fascinating. What are we talking about? We're talking about math. What do you mean? What are we talking about? Favorite political influencer. Favorite political influencer. I don't know. Whoever cares the most about people. So Bernie Sanders seemed pretty good. He also multiple times filibustered bullshit Republican policies. So I think that was important. Let's see, who else? I like AOC. I think AOC, you know, does pretty good. She's she comes from a meek background, and she, you know, gives a shit about people, and she speaks her mind. And sometimes she's an asshole, and I like assholes. They you know, that's why I have a picture of Gauss. You know, all that. Let's see. Who else in politics? I don't know. So, I don't like it when people get too rich. I'm kind of anti-rich people. That bothers me. I don't know why we have so much, you know, money and corruption in politics. Kind of annoying. What are your thoughts on prediction markets? Any ethical concerns? Jesus, yeah. There's all kinds of fucked up shit there. Man, so there's this thing about companies doing everything they can to make money off of human beings' general tendencies. And sometimes we consider that, you know, approximately okay. Like, we don't really, you know, we're like, okay, fine, people get hungry, so you advertise them for food. And, you know, that seems perfectly acceptable, right? But there are some things that just seem downright, like, diabolical. Like, human beings have a, you know, an itch, right? There's that dopamine effect with respect to winning and losing and other things that are around that. And this is why something like gambling is incredibly addictive. And so things like... you know, prediction markets. This is literally corporations spending hundreds of millions of dollars on psychologists and advertisers and all kinds of fucked up shit to make it look like fun and cool and amazing and blah blah blah. And it hurts a lot of people, you know. And I think, and I don't think that that's right. So I feel like there should be better regulations in place. Like, I'm not saying that we shouldn't be allowed to participate in things that are fun, that we get a dopamine kick out of, but there should be certain types of things in place that, like, don't hurt people, you know, like someone that has a, like, clearly an addiction problem why isn't there any responsibility on the gambling company to, like, deal with that, right? Instead, it's like they don't have anything to do with it. It's not their fucking fault, And it's like what the cigarette company did before. It's not our problem. We didn't, it's people's choice. They can fuck themselves if they want. And it's like, I mean, by these standards, you might as well just say, oh yeah, well, people can do, all kinds of fucked up shit. And I don't know. There's a level of responsibility there that I think should exist, and it doesn't. And so, I'd probably advocate for, like, better regulations around gambling or whatnot. I'm not saying to try to get rid of it per se. I'm just saying that, like, we want the best outcome for the most people. And so I'm pro regulations that do that. So why are you Ant Rich? Ant Rich? You mean anti-rich? So in general, I don't think we should have trillionaires, much less billionaires. I think that this is ridiculous, right? That someone has amassed or accumulated a bunch of wealth to, an astronomical level, just a completely silly level, right? So yeah, I don't think that that's a good thing. And in general, most people are on the exact same page, right? Like, you can just look at the general threshold. Like, let's say you're in a town and there's 1,000 homes and there's 1,000 people and everyone owns one home. So you're like, okay, that seems good, right? Over time, eventually, a bunch of people own, let's say, 2 homes each, right? One guy owns like 4, and then other people own, 1, and then a few people don't own a house and they're renting from the other people, or they're sharing a house or something, right? And you're like, okay, so there's a little bit of economics going on. People are bartering and trading and, moving around economy or whatever, right? So we're probably I don't know what other people are like, but we're probably pro the ability to move around, right? The self-autonomy, the ability to make your own choices. And so in general, we're probably not for, like, everyone is just assigned a house and you have no ability to move or leave or change position because, you're just stuck there for the rest of your life or whatever, right? We're probably against that. So we probably want to see some type of autonomy. But then if you go a little bit too far to the right, you end up in, whole other scenarios where, like, one person owns all 1,000 houses and the other 999 people don't own anything, right? And the question is whether or not that should be honored. And history has shown that that's never honored, right? Not only do human beings not honor that, as there have been so many rebellions specifically against that sort of thing, right? In general, there's just something morally inappropriate about that most humans recognize, which is that if one person owns, all the material, then the onus or the requirement is that they're subjected to the other people, right? And so we typically don't favor that particular outcome. Certainly it shouldn't be that the 999 are somehow morally obligated to protect this one person who basically owns them, right? That'd be kind of fucking ridiculous, right? Anyway. Oh, welcome. Jay? How's it going?
What's going on? I'm pretty sure you're the dude that I saw on Instagram. I just thought it was interesting, so I joined.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm on Instagram and YouTube. Tonight's just, chat about whatever anyone wants to chat about. I mean, it's similar to
what got you into this type of stuff, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, so, I've been, I was chatting with people on Discord for a number of months. Just, maybe doing that for a year, just having conversations with people. And, I have a concern about the political atmosphere that we're in. And of course, the pseudoscience, disinformation type stuff that, really bothers me and plagues me. And so I try to chat with people, like, trying to teach people new things, or maybe just talk to people. I don't know, trying to do my best to help with the misinformation problem. And anyway, at some point, I had a couple of conversations, and people are like, those are really funny. You should try and post some online. And I was like, oh, okay. I don't know. I never really tried that. So I recorded a couple of conversations, and then I posted a few videos. And in 3 days, I had 5,000 followers, and I had a video blow up online. And so now this is a thing, apparently. So now I'm doing a thing now. So it's a thing I wasn't expecting to be doing, but it's a thing that's happening. And so I'm kind of surprised by it. But I think people like the content. I didn't know if people would like this type of content, this forum of, ask a mathematician a question or whatever, right? But apparently people really enjoy this content, and so I'm trying to accommodate that and provide that content for people. And at the same time, I get to have conversations and continue doing the hopefully the campaign against misinformation that trying to do. Yeah, sorry, that was long-winded.
Pretty dope, dude. The logical reasoning thing is why I'm here. I thought that was pretty neat. Never, I guess I hadn't heard or seen the formal name for it before, so here I am.
Gotcha. Let's see. Oh, I can turn on my camera. I forgot to turn on my camera. So I didn't quite understand everything you said, but I'm glad you're here.
Give me 1 second. I had said, wait, can you hear me now?
A little better, yes. It was a little muffled before.
Oh, no, I had said, what is it called? I had seen an Instagram clip, and you were what is it called? I think you were having a discussion with somebody about like the logical reason or the logical steps in their argument. That's why I'm here specifically, or that's why I joined. I could say I found that interesting.
Sure. What do you know what discussion it was, or what you want to chat about or ask? You can ask whatever question you want.
I do not remember. This was actually a while ago. I'd seen one of your clips, and then I think I followed you, and then like maybe a week or so ago, I'd gotten another one of your clips, and I'd seen there's a Discord, and then I joined. I don't remember particularly what the subject was on in the argument that you guys were having.
Oh, okay. I wouldn't be able to tell you either. I've posted 420 times on Instagram in the last 2 months. So,
yeah.
Yeah, I'm putting my best foot forward. So, get all the content out there for people.
Yeah, that's good.
Let's see. Oh, I got a question from the Instagram real quick. I think you're trying to apply fairy tale theories to complex apes. You are complaining about human nature? I think you're trying to complex ape. Are you complaining about human nature? I guess. Yeah, I mean, human beings behave in a certain way. Are you referencing the rich, like the anti-rich thing? So certainly it is the case that both corporations and human beings are going to behave in a particular way, such as human beings having a desire for greed and or corporations having a desire to fulfill like fiduciary responsibilities or whatever. That's fine. I don't know why that's really relevant. The point is that people that are against regulations to curb those things so that the most people are the most successful, that makes no sense to me. Like, if you recognize there's a problem, then there needs to be regulations in place to curb the problem. You don't just say, oh, well, there's a problem, and so everyone's just fucked. Like, oh, well, you just hope that you get to be the, gang lord that owns everyone in the town. I mean, that just seems kind of fucking ridiculous, right? What's the difference between a master's thesis and a doctoral thesis? Oh my, it's like a giant, massive canyon. Any suggestion on how to cope doing it? I stopped my master's thesis because nothing interests me anymore. Oh no. Yeah. Doctoral thesis is very hard. Master's thesis can be incredibly hard as well. It depends on the field. I've known plenty of engineers that went and got like a master's and it was like a 1-year program or something, and I'm like, a 1-year program? Are you shitting me? You know. The master's in mathematics I think is a little bit harder, but a PhD is also very hard. So I don't know. So, yeah, I'm not sure exactly what the difference would be. Typically, you just think of a master's thesis as much smaller and typically quite a bit more guided. Like you have an advisor, they give you a problem, you solve the problem, they help you write your paper, you publish the paper, you're kind of done, right? With the PhD, you have books upon books upon books. You're asking your advisor questions. They're telling you half the time they don't know, you know, maybe read this other book, and then you're reading another book, and you're just spending like all this time just, you know, constantly learning all this shit. And you read hundreds, if not like 1,000 papers on, you know, the newest stuff with respect to your specific field. So I know you have a PhD in mathematics. Would you mind going through it roughly, what it was about? Yeah, I know. I've been trying to like avoid doxing myself, but I know it's going to be inevitable at some point. So I keep saying, give me like a few months and I'm sure it's going to come out, you know, who I am and what I do and all that, if it hasn't already happened. I don't know. So I've been trying to be a little bit vague on some of that stuff, but yes, my PhD was in complex variables. So if you go to my Discord, you can download my book list and you can literally see like all of my research books. So complex variables, Fourier analysis, transforms, cosine transforms, sine transforms, you know, all that sort of stuff. I study a lot of the Riemann hypothesis from an analytical perspective, if we want to be specific. I don't know a whole lot of analytic number theory, but I know a whole lot of differential operator stuff, you know, so like operator theory and stuff. So, but yeah, anyway, that's was my doctorate.
Bobby.
Yeah.
Can you teach me, or like, can you kind of go over what, or like how to do a partial derivative? Because I'm trying to like look at the quantum mechanics stuff, but I know it involves a lot of like cosine wave functions and all that stuff. So if you know anything, I'd love to hear your.
Well, so in order to do a multivariate derivative, you have to have 2 variables, right? At least. So if you have a function that only has 1 variable, then there's no multivariate there, right? Because it's just a 1 variable function. Right. But if you have a 2 variable function, you're now privileged with being able to do a derivative with respect to each variable. So the derivative with respect to each variable is when you consider the other variable a constant. So, for example, if I want to do the derivative with respect to x of f, if I'm doing it with respect to x, I'm thinking of x as the changing variable, and y is going to be a constant, meaning it's not changing at all. So if I just think of this as a number, like 5x squared plus x, right? So there are no y's, right? Then the question would be, how would you do the derivative? Well, you would do the derivative by doing the derivative of the x components. So you'd go like y times 2x plus, and the derivative of x is 1. And so you'd get the derivative, 2xy plus 1. And so that's the derivative with respect to x, right? Then we can do the derivative with respect to y. And if we do the derivative with respect to y, it's the same thing, except now I have to think of x as a constant. So x is a constant, but y is not a constant. So you just got to think of these as numbers. So it's a little tricky in our minds, but we got to think of them as numbers. And then we got to do the derivative of y. Now the derivative of y by itself is 1, and then you keep the constant, right? And then the derivative of x, because it's a constant, is 0. Because I'm not doing the derivative with respect to x, I'm doing the derivative with respect to y. There is no y here, so the derivative is 0. And so you get x squared, right? And so the derivative with respect to y is x squared, and the derivative with respect to x is 2x plus y, right?
Okay.
So,
I see.
yeah, so there is patterns here that show up. So, for example, if you have a two variable, or if you have an n variable function, then the derivative will necessarily have n different derivatives, one for each variable. It gets more complicated because if you go to do the second derivative, now you have each of the derivatives can also have the derivative with respect to the other two variables. So if there are n variables, there will be n derivatives, but then there will be n squared
Second derivatives.
Second derivatives, yeah. And then there will be n cubed third derivatives, and so it kind of cascades and becomes larger. And in the one variable case, it's all one variable. You have the function, the derivative, the second derivative, third derivative. All of them stay one variable. It doesn't turn into two variable. But in multivariate functions, you get a cascading effect. They get larger and larger and larger. And what it means is that that's the number of descriptions in the different directions that exist. So in two dimensions here, right? Technically, this is three-dimensional, but because there's two input variables and it calculates an output variable, right? So this is a three-dimensional function. There's two derivatives for the x and the y, and that kind of represents the slope of the curve in the x direction, right? And then the slope of the curve in the y direction. So whatever this looks like, whatever function it looks like in three dimensions, you have an x gradient and then you have a y gradient, right? And so that's what that's called. Sometimes we call that the gradient, and we use this symbol, and then we sometimes just write the two derivatives next to each other as a vector. So when you're talking about the gradient of a function, you're talking about the vector of the partial derivatives. So the vector of the partial derivatives is the two values from the two functions of the partial derivatives, right? So you could even write it like this. So that's the gradient of this function. Yeah.
So that's what that means. Okay, cool. Because I'm doing electrodynamics and advanced book on it, and I need to know like gradient, divergence, curl, all that stuff. So
yeah, you get a lot of similar properties that you would get in one variable. Like, for example, if the derivative is 0, then you expect that you're at a local min or a local max, typically. There's cases in one variable, right? Like, you expect this to have derivative 0, you expect this to have derivative 0, but you could also have this. You could have a little sneaky one that kind of tricked you. So you're mostly maxes and mins, right? Well, it turns out that for three dimensions, that's also true. If both of these are 0 at the same time, you're probably at a local max or a local min. It is possible you're at a saddle point, which is basically the three-dimensional version of this. But for the most part, if you want to find all the mins and maxes, you would set this equal to 0 and solve it for both variables at the same time, right?
So, like you said, x equal to 0, y equal to 0. Then you solve each.
Well, no. You set 2x plus y. Sorry, 2xy plus 1 equals 0, and x squared equals 0. So then you have to solve for x and y. Now this one would be easy because x is 0. So now that I know x is 0, I'd plug it in, and if I plug it in, I get 0 plus 1 equals 0.
Duh.
And that's a contradiction, and so there are no mins or maxes for this function. Because, because I got a contradiction out of it.
Yep.
I have a question, I guess, for both of you.
Sure.
Like, are you guys, as someone who doesn't particularly enjoy math, do you guys like math, or are you guys naturally good at math, or both?
Well, I'm a PhD mathematician, so I certainly like math. I would hate life considerably if I didn't like math, because I do it all the time. I chose the wrong degree if I don't like math. Zeno, right? You're in college, right? You're doing physics.
Yes.
Yeah.
Physics, and then I'm gonna double major in math.
Mhm.
I was always naturally like, okay, I would learn material in high school the night before, and I would just, memorize everything, and I would, up till college algebra, I was able to do that. And then when I started calculus and I wanted to take physics seriously, I'm like, oh crap, I actually need to know this material like cumulatively. I can't just like skip parts that I don't feel like learning. So what I ended up doing was just grinding for hours and hours a day, learning everything from first principles again, learning basic algebra again, like basically forcing myself to build the building blocks. And I think it's like anything. Like, of course, everybody's got to practice it to get good at it at some point. Like a lot of people end up being really good at the beginning parts of math, and then once they get to proofs, it's a different world for them, and then they feel like they're not good at math. Other people are the other way around. Maybe they weren't the best at computation or something, and then they get to proofs and they're amazing. So I don't know. I think of course, like I'm probably okay at math naturally, but it's also a lot of enjoyment of math. And I feel like with math, once you start it and you get into it and you start seeing, like, you'll just start liking it naturally. I don't know. That's what happened with me, at least. I would never have imagined myself doing math for hours a day 3 years ago.
I have a Bachelor of Science in mathematics, so I could confidently say that I love it. I'm trying to go back to school to do more math, but
That's
as
awesome.
terms of like being, thank you. In terms of being like naturally gifted, I don't really know if that's a thing, because there are math subjects I'm good at, math subjects I'm bad at. It all just kind of accumulates over time, and then when you get higher and higher up, you just some people are representation theorists, some people are analysts. It's all I guess respective to what subject you approach when you get up there. But I can confidently say that I very much enjoy math, but I would not necessarily say that I'm naturally gifted at it. It takes an appreciable amount of work, no matter what subject that I'm studying, to even remotely get good at it.
Yeah, I'm a very, like, I need to read the same thing over and over again to make sure I know it, because I can't just like glance at something and be like, oh yeah, immediately. Like, I don't know. I need to genuinely take time outside of class, like before class, go in and then be like, ah, yes, this is what you're talking about. I can't just go to a lecture and know everything. Like, no, I need to take my time with it.
Yeah, I had a professor tell me that sometimes you have to read the textbook forwards and backwards multiple times before you understand it. And I'm like, yeah, that's very true, especially with like abstract algebra. That was very true.
I have plenty of books that I open and I have to read a page, 20 times. I'm like, what the fuck is it saying? So that, because you start trying to do little examples in your head. You're like, oh, it means this. But wouldn't that be like a contradiction? So you're like, it must not mean that. It must mean something else. And then you're like, so then you have to reread it again, and then reread it again, and then reread it again. Because, like, you keep trying to understand it, and it's not clicking, so.
I can't understand that part. I think for me, I'm fine with learning math in context, like in context to something interesting or that I'm already doing. But math, like alone as its own thing, like reading through a textbook, I just can't do it. I don't have I have the patience for other things, but I don't have the patience for math specifically.
Yeah, you have to have a lot of patience. You also have to not mind being wrong all the time, like,
And just a little spoonful of autism as well.
Yeah, a little spoonful of autism.
Just a little sprinkle.
like getting annoyed at little details, like ah.
What do you mean the proof is left to the reader?
The proof is left to the reader. Yeah.
So obvious that the proof is yes. That's what I'm just gonna
Was that
do.
even
Whenever
me?
I get to real analysis, I'm gonna get like on all the questions. I'm just gonna be like so obvious that it's left to the professor as an exercise.
That was a big problem in Sheldon Axler's linear algebra done right. When he approaches abstract linear algebra, there's so many times he's just like, this proof is left for an exercise to the reader, and at the end of the chapter, and I'm like, this is not obvious. Thanks for just not illuminating it. And then that trend reappears in some of his other textbooks, which is a little annoying. But I don't know. I have my gripes with him as an author, but it's whatever.
Proof by contradiction is what it's called. I mean, sorry, proof by intimidation is what it's called.
Yeah, proof by intimidation.
Nope.
Yeah, proof by intimidation. I've had a couple of arguments with professors. That's the wonderful thing about being a mathematician is you could get to argue with your professors, because if you did it correctly, it will be absolutely like there's an absolute, like, oh, I did it absolutely like there's no way to question it, right? Because you can prove it, you can go over it in rigorous detail or whatever, right? And so there were two times that happened that I distinctly remember in my head. I'm sure it happened other times, but two main ones where one time I had an exam, and I was it was a fairly complicated statement. So it was like proving some special condition of some type of continuity with respect to some other type of whatever, right? And so the actual statement of the problem was really like, if you wrote it out logically, it'd be like, well, for every L, there is a eta, such that for every epsilon, there is a delta, so that if this happens, then this other thing happens, as long as X is in this other set or whatever. Like, it's something really complicated. And, intuitively, your brain just kind of thinks like, okay, how do you prove this? Well, you got to prove all the cases. So there's a case in one direction, and then you have to also demonstrate that it can't happen in the wrong way, right? And so everyone apparently had done it both ways, where they wrote it out and they proved both directions, quote unquote. And I only did one direction, and I was like, and in my head I was like, why would you have to do both? And I thought about it, because like in my head it felt like intuitive that the second case followed from the first. And I thought about it and thought about it and thought about it, and I finally had to write it out like symbolically. And I finally realized the second case is the contrapositive of the first. Like it was so complicated looking, it wasn't obvious, but the second case is the contrapositive of the first case. And so when I went to talk to my professor, they started like trying to explain, well, you got to do the second case, blah, blah, blah. And I said, it was literally like I said one word, like contrapositive. And she just looked at it and went, oh, okay, full credit. Like, it was like just immediate. Like the moment you realize it was the contrapositive, it was like done, it was like, oh yeah, okay, so yeah.
This argument is symmetric.
Yeah, it's symmetric. We're literally proving the same thing the second time, so, and so another one was, I had a series that I was working with, and I hadn't wrote all the details, because I was just writing too fast, but it was like, I was like, this series is less than this other series. And, my professor was like, what test did you use? And so they gave me a 0. You didn't tell me how you know that that's true. And I was looking at the series, and I was like, yeah, but every single one of these coefficients is smaller than this one. And she, again, it was like she looked at it and she's like, oh, yeah, I guess there's no test, because they're all smaller. So like, if every single one of them's smaller, then then the inequality follows. You know, like there was no, you didn't need to do a ratio test or whatever. Like that wasn't even needed. You know, so. But yeah, so those are.
Bobby, do you prefer an analysis or algebra?
Oh, I'm an
Well,
analyst.
he's an analyst.
Yeah, I'm an analyst.
Analysis?
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, my PhD's in complex variables, specifically
Good stuff.
the zeros of entire functions.
Wait, Bobby. So where does that like differential operator come from? Like the little like backwards 6 looking thing.
The backwards 6 thing. Oh, this thing. You mean
Yes.
this? Yeah. Okay. So that's just
Exactly.
that's just people that want to be fancy and you know, they don't want to write a
Oh,
B.
okay.
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure it has a history to it. I don't know why, but you are correct. D is used to talk about a single variable, whereas the partial symbol is used to talk about multivariate. It's just the common notation that's used.
Makes sense.
Yep.
Oh, it also saves you from writing an F. Is that correct?
No, you still have to write the F. So you got to go like this. What is more
okay.
common though is you write it subscripted. You just put a little subscript on the F, and that means the derivative with respect to x.
Right. Okay. Makes sense.
Yep. Partial derivatives, no. I'm sorry. This is Math Channel. You're going to get a lot of math. My inspection, I think it's the opposite. It claims to be the NAND operator for math. Okay. Let's see. What is EML? EML exponent minus logarithm log e
Oh,
x
the
minus
atom.
log y. It's said that all elementary functions from a single binary operator. It was published by Andrzej, but not peer reviewed. It claims to be the NAND operator for math. Yeah. So I think what you're referring to is the concept of developing all the elementary functions of mathematics using some base axiomatic function. And people that do real analysis, they love to do this type of thing because it's fun, right? So
Yeah.
it's common to, for example, define the logarithm in some way and then be able to, from the logarithm, prove all the exponent rules, prove how addition and multiplication works, and literally work backwards, right? And it's not intuitive because we normally think of arithmetic as being the foundation, and then you go towards calculus. So it seems kind of weird to go in the backwards direction. But that is something that is done. And funny enough, that's actually also the most efficient way to actually do actual numerical calculations. A lot of our calculators are literally designed in that way. So like when you have your calculator, typically inverse hyperbolic trig function tables are what are stored on a calculator, at least an older calculator. Nowadays, calculators are fucking basically computers. But an older calculator, you know, your TI-30 or whatever, what's stored in it is a little chip that has tables of all the hyperbolic trig inverse functions. And once you have those tables, you have everything you need to completely produce all other calculations: addition, subtraction, multiplication, exponents, logarithms. You can do everything as long as you know those values, right? And of course, this math goes back even before we had computers. Literally, someone like Gauss would be walking around and he would be holding a book that was basically his calculator, and it was called, you know, a math table book, or sometimes referred to as a log table book. And you'd literally plop it open, and it would have all of these tables of numbers for different functions. And if you were very good at it, you would know how to do calculations incredibly quickly. So you'd be like, oh, I want to multiply these two numbers really quickly. So you'd look up like their logarithm, and then you'd add the two log values, and then you would go look that up in the exponential table, and now you know their product, right? And so people got very good at those tables, and then they didn't have to do like, you know, basic arithmetic or whatever. They could just look things up really quickly, right? Yeah. Anyway, lots of arithmetic stuff. Let's see. So the Instagram's gonna get kicked in about a minute, and then I'll have to reconnect it. So you guys, just FYI, it's gonna make you get disconnected in about a minute. So you can join the YouTube, and then that'll permanently stay on. If you're in the Instagram, it's gonna kick you in a minute, and then but I'll reconnect it. So let's see. So anyone just joining the Discord, if anyone has a question or anything, feel free to ask. I don't know if you had something else you wanted to chat about, Jay.
My bad. I'm doing SQL. What is it called? I was gonna ask something earlier, but I don't exactly remember what it was.
No worries.
I got something.
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you ended up studying for your graduate school some like pretty like theory heavy pure math kind of stuff, it seems.
Yep.
Did you ever consider more applied stuff, and how did you make the decision? Because I'm kind of nearing that point where I'm going to have to make the call, and I don't know which way I necessarily want to go.
Yeah, I chose to be a pure mathematician, but for the last decade, I've been doing almost all applied mathematics. So, you know, there's a little bit of fluidity between the two. I wouldn't necessarily count one side out or the other. There is a concern about being gainfully employed. Applied mathematicians are easier to employ than pure mathematicians. Probably why I had to get better at applied stuff. So there's that decision. But in general, applied mathematicians and pure mathematicians they're closer to each other than a mathematician is to a physicist, right? So they typically can go between the two fairly well, you know. So it depends on where you want to go afterwards. Like, are you planning on doing more postdoc? Are you wanting to become a professor? Are you trying to stay with research? Then I would stay with pure math, whatever makes you happy, right? But if you're thinking of going into industry, applied math might look a little better, right?
You said Gauss was like an asshole or something. Can you I didn't know that. Can you explain?
Yeah, Gauss was known to be a bit of a jerk. He was kind of a jerk, but I think he was just misunderstood. That's really what it was. So Gauss was he was kind of mean sometimes. There are stories where he would go to dinner parties, and he just thought that they were so annoying and irritated, so he'd just go around asking people math questions. And
based. Oh my gosh.
And when they couldn't answer them, he'd just be like, he was like Stooge, right? Stooge McDuck or something, just like, humbug, another moron can't do math, or whatever, right? And so he kind of did that, he had a rough start in life, right? He was born incredibly poor. So if there was anyone that's declared a prodigy, it's Gauss, right? Because he had no prospects at all, and he was pure genius, So I love Euler and all, but Euler was born rich, and he was rich his whole life, and he had a lot of money and everything. So that just, you know, doesn't quite resonate the same as Gauss's story.
I mean, blind mathematics is pretty badass.
It is, but again, he had like all of his children, you know, around him writing stuff, and he had like zillions of tutors and all of his students, and you know, because he was world famous, right? So, I mean, of course, Gauss was world famous too, right? So, but there are some things that happen from being an asshole that you don't necessarily get from being like a, you know, a pansy, right? And I think that those things are good sometimes. You know, society, I think, needs that sometimes, right? So one particular thing that strikes me with Gauss is he one time was corresponding with a student, and they were writing back and forth, because that's how mathematicians talk to each other. They wrote letters, right? And so this was a thing. They were writing letters back and forth. And this student was incredibly bright, and, you know, oh, hang on a second, 1 second. I got to copy this, go over here, click this, do that, save, close, click thingy. Yeah, so he's corresponding with this student who's incredibly bright, and he's like, this student's freaking awesome. This is amazing, you know? And, you know, he was ranting and raving about this student who has all these great ideas, and, you know, he wants the student to come and visit him and whatnot, and blah, blah, blah. And eventually it's told to him, you know, you're not corresponding with a man, you're corresponding with a woman. And women didn't do math in those days, right? And Gauss's reaction was kind of on par of like, what in God's name would be the relevance of that? Do you see the math, right? Like, and so I'm not saying that he was like an advocate for women's rights or anything or whatever. I'm just saying that like, there's a thing where like he just didn't give a fuck about the whatever the paradigm or culture was. He's like
the emotions. Yeah.
Like, I don't like, okay, women aren't supposed to do math. Well, I don't understand. I don't fucking care, right? And he didn't care, you know. So
Super bad.
yeah.
I'm not gonna like. Okay, this is funny, but like, I don't know. My family kind of thinks I'm an asshole whenever I'm like, oh, you know, this is because since I'm about to go into college, everybody's like, oh, you know, like, don't forget, you might need a part-time job over there. You might want to look for a part. It's like, look, I'm trying to get my PhD. My job is going to be studying. Like they literally said at the university, they're like, you know, if you're not really sure, you're undecided, a job is good, but, you know, limit it to 20 hours a week. And my mom was like, see, they're talking about jobs. I'm like, Mom, no offense, but like, this is for like business majors that have no clue what they're going to do. And like, of course, if I have to get a job to pay rent or something, like whatever, like I'll do it. You know, I'm not going to let that impede my, you know, me getting my bachelor's. But the point is that like, you guys don't understand. I'm going to be doing math in a whiteboard in a study room for like 20 million hours a day. So this is my job. I want to do research.
So I think that's fantastic. I would recommend to try to do some type of tutoring or teaching or something.
Yep. Yes.
So I wouldn't get some other job, but like if you sit and explain calculus 5 hours a week or something to people, that does so much for you, right? That really does.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking too. Like, oh my gosh, we're geniuses, Bobby. No, I'm just kidding. But like, I was thinking this exact thing. I was like, yes, I can just work in the math center, Mom. Just give me 1 semester of being unemployed, and I promise it'll pay off. And she's like, okay, whatever. And then my aunt, she's a little meaner, but that's because she's my aunt. But anyway, yeah. And I could probably like, I don't know, maybe there's a woman that needs help or something, and then she's like, oh my gosh, she's teaching me that. I don't know. Oh wait, no, that'd be like student employee stuff. That'd probably break some hose or something. Never mind.
Yeah. So there's math can be a lot of fun. It can certainly be fun.
I mean, like, to teach somebody something just to prove to yourself that you know it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, also one weird thing I noticed. I was looking in the like physics handbook for all of the physics degree, including like magnetism 2, quantum mechanics 2. You only need up to like the only required courses you need are up to Calc 3. After Calc 3, you can take any physics course in the undergraduate level at my university. So I thought that
Yeah.
was like interesting.
Yeah, and that's almost true of math as well. Like, as soon as you have your calculus done, that's like the foundation. Technically, there's like 2 courses afterwards that are sometimes called Calc 4, and sometimes they're separate classes. One is linear algebra, and the other one is differential equations. But approximately, if you have linear algebra, differential equations in your calculus series, then you can technically take any math class at the same time. Like, I took modern algebra, complex variables, real analysis, combinatorics, and discrete math all at the exact same time, right? And so that's
Damn.
yeah, that's quite common, right? That's quite common because once you're past that initial part, those other classes, they don't necessarily have a whole lot to do with each other. They're separate topics, right?
Okay, so that's another good thing because I was also worried, like, okay, if I'm doing, because I don't know, I want to be a theoretical physicist, so I'm pretty much just going to be like, I'm going to try to be as close to a mathematician as possible without actually being a mathematician.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
so like, basically, I'm worried, like, oh, okay, you know, if I'm going to be studying like real analysis, quantum mechanics, and all this stuff in one day, maybe is that going to be too much? But you just said that you were doing discrete math, complex variables, all that stuff, and you were fine. So I mean, that's reassuring.
Yeah. I mean, fine is a strong word. Just remember, I was also willing to do nothing but math all the time.
Same.
Yeah.
There are plenty of classes that I would recommend having at least also completed discrete math before you enter them, because you're going to want to be familiar with proof techniques for a lot of like upper division classes.
I've read a discrete math book, and the real analysis book I'm reading assumes no proof experience, like it doesn't require. So it teaches you proof techniques and all that before.
Do you have your math course list yet?
No, I need to go because right now it makes no difference if I'm a math major or if I have the math major added on. So that's something I need to do when I get to college. Right now I'm just a physics major with a minor in philosophy. But whenever I get there.
I don't know if this is like a common thing. Maybe it is. I know at my university, we were required to take 1 semester of abstract algebra, 1 semester of real analysis, and then a second semester of either one of those courses. I don't know if that's true everywhere, but that's what I did at mine. And I got to my Algebra 2 course, the Abstract Algebra 2 course, and my professor looked at me and he said, "You didn't learn enough of Algebra 1, you have to go back." So I did 2 semesters of real analysis, and lo and behold, I had that same professor for real analysis 2 and did quite well. So, you know, it was an interesting experience.
Right.
But I could say my favorite course was Fourier transforms. That was incredible. That just like, I had a really good professor for it, and it just kind of resonated in my brain really well. And I'm like, ooh, I really like this.
Yeah.
So the good thing Bobby was saying, like, oh, you got to be willing to do math all day. The good thing is that really, like, besides math, I have violin, and I played violin 11 years. So I'll probably play in the orchestra. But like the point is that like I'm fine doing math all day because I'm used to grinding at something for hours upon hours upon hours. And if I'm not doing math, I probably have to like talk to people, which I don't want to do. So. I'm fine doing math.
Get those. You gotta form those.
Oh, you cut out. What's up?
Of algebra or analysis, or even like topology might be one of the last classes you take. Study groups are going to be like your number one lifeline. If you're not learning anything from them, you at least have someone to cry with, you know. But like
True.
getting those study groups is so important.
Yeah.
Also, if I meet like I don't know some Asian chick that's like doing physics or math, like that'd be awesome. And okay, I know that sounds racist, like oh why Asian? Okay, let me explain.
Everyone
So the
has their
university I'm going.
preference. You don't have to explain anything. It's fine.
Okay.
But you will need help. That's the thing. You
The
can't do
heart
everything on
wants-
your own.
The heart
No.
wants what the heart wants. Yeah.
Based, yep. Asian or white, I'm fine with those.
Dating within your academic program can be interesting, having done it before.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, I know. Like Terrence Tao dated like his. I think it was one of his students that like wrote him a letter or something,
Nice.
and like, yeah.
Who?
Terrence Tao. I like his wife's
Terrence.
an engineer, and I think his wife, like the way they met, is that she was asking for help on like real, like I don't know, some real analysis class that she was taking, and they ended up just like clicking. I don't know. I forgot the story. Maybe you can look it up.
I dated an undergrad in my math department when I was an undergrad, and she was friends with grad students. And then one of those grad students was in a completely different department. She was in biology, but she was dating a math professor. So then you get situations where your friend group becomes grad students and a professor, and then all of a sudden your professor for differential equations is also your designated driver for like going out to the bars. And then you learn that this professor likes the taste of Everclear, and you're very confused by that. And you watch and you drink one too many margaritas.
Yeah.
It's a very slice of life anime kind of situation.
I was in graduate school, and the math department, they did like wine and crackers, you know, like for some of their seminars or whatever. And I remember thinking like, wow, this is like, because when you're an undergraduate, you're like a student, professor, student, you know, there's a bit of a separation, right? But as soon as you start becoming a graduate, you're like a semi, you know, professor. I mean, you're not a professor yet, but you're teaching some classes, you're doing this and that, you know, you're wandering around the halls in the middle of the night. They give you a key to the building, you know, so you can sleep there or whatever. And
That's
yeah,
cool.
and so like when they pulled out the wine and the beer and you know and the cheese or whatever, right? And you're like, "Oh, wow," you know. And it was kind of an interesting experience, right? Because you're like, okay.
I didn't know.
Yeah, I didn't know my professors drank. What was this? Right?
Yeah. It was always fun seeing like your professors out at like a restaurant that's near campus or something, and they're like all hanging out drinking margaritas, and you're like, this is not a mental image that I was prepared for or had expected.
Yeah.
But then you have a very Russian topology professor, and you're walking through the halls, and he's very clearly hungover, sleeping on a bench in the building, and you know, you just give each other a nod of respect and keep on moving.
Yeah. One time my advisor, he was a very formal man, you know, but one time I was talking to him, and then he's like, "Oh, you know, I gotta go," and he started walking away. And then I remembered I had a question for him, and he like I ran up to the window, and I'm like on the third floor or whatever, and I see him walking, and he's like walking across the grass or whatever, and I'm like, oh man, I gotta get to him, you know. So I go down the stairs and I start like, you know, going after him, and as I'm walking up on him, you know, I notice he's just like standing near this tree, right? And when I get close enough, like I turn around and he's like he sees me and he's got his fingers like this and he's like, "Oh, oh, oh." And he like threw his cigarette on the ground and he starts like stomping on it. And I was like he's like, what do you need?" You know? And it was like apparently no one knew he smoked, and I was like, "Oh, okay," you know. It was just so random. Like, why would anyone care? Why do you like? So he's like popping Tic Tacs, you know. I'm like, okay, man.
If anything, it makes you cooler. I know, like Oppenheimer smoked during his like that was cool.
Yeah, yeah. Well, back then they were like, you know, they didn't even know if it like
Yo,
Yeah, that's normal.
did anything. So
Mhm.
at least it gives you aura. It's okay. May give you cancer, but aura is cooler.
Do we think Paul Erdős was a prodigy or had like plus 10 amphetamine bonus just constantly?
I mean, Paul. So it's hard to figure out like the genius of Paul Erdos. Like was his genius his math, or was his genius the fact that he bummed off everyone and didn't have to pay for anything his whole life? Right? I don't know.
It might be
right?
both.
Like it's one of you know. So,
both.
but he loved what he
Yeah, it takes
did,
skill.
and he did it, and he would drive around and just be like, "Hey, I'm your burden now for the next 6 months," you know. So, and people would be like,
Did
"Okay,
it for love of the game.
yeah." So he loved what he did. He didn't like money. He won multiple prizes, and he'd give the money to like students, or he'd pin it up on like the walls and stuff. He'd be like, you know, solve this math problem, $100. It's like, yeah.
How do you feel about the fact that his name escapes me is annoying, but the guy, the point care conjecture, the man that rejected the
Oh.
Fields Medal and the money.
Gregory
Yeah,
something.
Grigori Perlman.
Yeah.
Perlman.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know much about him. He's kind of a one-off
I don't
case,
think anyone does.
right?
Yeah.
He I know that I thought he rejected the Fields Medal because he was upset that they still do the stipulation that you have to be under 40 to get the Fields Medal, right? And he had like professors or something that he was like, they clearly deserve the Fields Medal more than me, and he just found that annoying. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, of all things to like do a protest against, the Fields Medal. I mean, I'm sorry, like, you know, like you
Yeah, come on.
protest like social rights or something. The Fields Medal, that's not no one.
I just
No
think
one
he.
No one even knows what
I
the
just-
fuck that is, except for a math person.
I just think he
I
didn't want to
I can
be.
understand it, bro. It's principle.
Yeah.
I thought it was that he didn't want to be paraded around like a zoo animal.
Oh, really? And he didn't want the $1 million
Something like that.
either. So the
Yeah, you know, I don't know. I don't know why he didn't want the $1 million. That blows my mind. I think he could have had a great PR moment for the subject of math, but just blew
I
it.
know he could have at least. Yeah, you take the $1 million, and if you want to do a real protest, you turn it over to a charity or something, right? Like this isn't hard to do, you know. And you could even do a charity of like fuck math RS or whatever, you know. I don't know. Like you can do whatever you want, right? But to turn it down, that's weird. I believe I remember reading that they held a ceremony. So like after he rejected it over and over again, they just like sent him a letter like, here's the date of the ceremony, you know, and then he didn't show, and so they awarded they did a presentation and they awarded the box, and then his name was put on the plaque, and so he's on the site as the guy, right? One of the field medals winner, but he didn't get the but he didn't attend. Apparently, he didn't attend. So at least that's my understanding. I don't know.
Weird. What a guy.
Sometimes the recognition is good enough.
You can ask a question here on Instagram. You don't have to connect to the Discord. It's just easier if you want to interject it on the Discord. That's all. Gaps in Rocky. Big deals were made over Scotch. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Anyway, so lots of stuff. Yeah, but Zeno, you're going into physics. You don't have to worry about an age limit. You can get the Nobel Prize at any age in physics. So you're all good.
Man, I don't know. I feel like I started too late. Like people at my age already know like diffie-q like the back of their hand. They know real analysis, and I'm just like, oh, I'm 21, barely going into calculus. Like, oh, feel so old, man.
So old.
We say that, but you don't need to feel that way. When I actually started college as a meteorology major, and when I got there, I felt behind because there were kids that could already forecast weather with great accuracy, and I'm like, I like lightning and cloud, you know.
Mm.
So it's a normal feeling, but it doesn't mean you're behind.
Yes, exactly. He's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like when I first came into college, I started in like pre-college math actually.
Hell yeah.
Like the pre-calculus and yeah.
Yeah, it was like more basic than that. It was kind of like the equivalent to like remedial math.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, okay, that gives me like, yeah.
And
I don't
there's
know.
things that you know that those other students or colleagues won't know also. So, you know.
One thing that I discovered is I took AP Calculus AB in high school, and I tested into Calc 2 in college, but instead I didn't take any of the scores, and I just went back to Calculus 1, because Calculus 1 and 2 would have effectively been a pretty good GPA booster, and in the end it was. So I just kind of padded my stats by smurfing.
Right. Yeah, no, that's good. That's what I'm doing with Spanish, because my university requires me to take a foreign language, and I'm fluent in Spanish. So I'm like, yeah, hell yeah, I'm gonna take Spanish 1 and artificially boost my GPA.
That's funny.
Like, hell yeah.
I took a math for teachers course, and it was on how to teach arithmetic to children. And when I was in there, right, because the professor of it, he was also the professor of like my Calc 3 class, right? And he's like, you don't need this class. And I'm like, well, yeah, I mean, I haven't taken it, so it's, you know. And he's like, okay. It was so funny. It's like, how do you
That's funny,
add
yeah.
fractions? I was like, okay.
Yeah.
Wait, but you can actually speak Spanish?
Yep. Fluent.
Oh, nice. Me too. But like, I just had to learn it for a long time.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, no, I learned it. I actually learned it before English, but then, you know, I went to school in English, so it got trumped.
You do sound white though, not Hispanic. So.
Yeah. No, I get told that. Well, it's because like my English level is definitely higher than my Spanish. Like for sure, I know way more like just words. But my Spanish, like I can live in Mexico and be fine, like no problem at all.
Let's see. I'll
Yeah.
I'm
try
jealous.
to. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
I'm jealous also.
Yeah,
I'll- I'll try to phrase it well. If speed in space is relative to other bodies in space, would light speed still limit one body in its motion through empty space-time? No. So the magical trick of light, which is the thing that makes everyone freak out, is that no matter what your speed is, light looks like it's going at the speed of light. So if you are traveling at 99% the speed of light with respect to someone else, and you turn on your headlights, right? The light coming out of your headlights to you still looks like it's going at the speed of light, even though you, relative to someone else, are traveling at 99% the speed of light. So like there is no
insane.
yeah, there is no velocity you could have in which the speed of light changes to you. It always measures at the speed of light, no matter what speed you're going. And that's why it's so freaking weird, right? That's why it's called relativity.
Is that because like the gap from 99% to 100 is so large, or is that like just pure relativity?
It's part of relativity, right? The whole point of the relativity is that all observers see light traveling at the same speed. There's no difference, right?
Okay, yeah, sure.
And the only way to resolve that, though, right? Like one of the reasons it's a little weird trying to think about the history of it, but if you go far enough back, right, you go to the 1800s, right, there was a guy named Faraday. Faraday was trying to figure out electricity and magnetism, and he did the incredibly famous experiment where he was able to change the polarization of light as it traveled through a magnetic field. He did it on a table in front of a live audience. He had the whole apparatus and everything. And he was like, look, light can be controlled by magnetic fields. And it was the first like demonstration that light and magnetism are related to each other in some very direct way. Like they're the same thing effectively. Eventually, we had the development of Maxwell's equations, which basically give us the understanding and relationship of light, right? And electricity and magnetism. And in particular, there's a couple of coefficients that show up, and if you combine the equations together, you actually calculate the speed of light. And so, in some sense, you have this fundamental basic formula, principle of physics that indicates that light has a finite speed and that it's a specific constant. Well, this seems weird because why would the physics equations change if you're going at a different speed? That doesn't make any sense, right? And so it was Einstein who eventually was like, well, it doesn't change. Light is the same for all observers. And no one knew how to resolve that. And then Einstein had the brilliant idea where he said, the reason that the way you can resolve this problem that light has to be the same speed for everyone is that when you are traveling faster with respect to someone else, you will look like your time is slowing down. And so if you are traveling at 99% the speed of light, everyone that's looking at you, it will look like you are traveling 99% slower than what you actually are. And so that's where the relativity came in, was Einstein realized that in order to allow for light to have the same speed everywhere, you have to force everyone to have their own different arrow of time, right? And so if everyone has their own relative arrow of time, now it's possible for light to be constant everywhere, right? And so he resolved it. Yeah.
You explained that you're a mathematician, and you just explained that better than like 3 physicists I've heard try to explain relativity. Wow.
Wait,
Yeah,
wait.
exactly.
Didn't,
That,
didn't
that was
he,
that was perfect.
wasn't he only
That's
able to
funny.
make this resolution because of Emmy Noether?
No, I mean, well, okay. There's there's a lot of complexities that go around. Technically, Einstein had 2 papers. They're in separate sections. One of them is special relativity, and the other one is general relativity. And there are many details that I left out, right? In particular, he was actually trying to solve for like space time, right? And there are certain complications in trying to do that. Effectively, he was looking for like proper ways to model that, and one of the ways that helps that work out is by analyzing symmetries. And Noether is famous for her symmetry theorems. She has several symmetry theorems that she developed, and if you apply those, you can get quite a bit of simplification. And so yes, I swept over a lot of details, right? But and there's a lot more complexity there, right? But the main point is the fact that light was already known to be constant. That's I think the thing that people don't realize. Like, we knew light was a constant because we already had Maxwell's equations, right?
Yeah, beautiful. Somebody should clip that and you should post it to your YouTube. That was like one of the best explanations I've heard.
I'll definitely try to do that.
What's the math required for like what's it called? Differential or not differential geometry. Like what's it called? What's the freaking general relativity? Yeah, general relativity.
Oh gosh. I don't know.
Riemannian geometry, probably.
Yeah, maybe. So like if you press me too much on like, well, what is the equation of general relativity? At some point, I'm going to be like, man, you got to ask a physicist, because like I don't know. I know it has variables in it. I know it's got a bunch of derivatives, and I know that like space time is in there somewhere. And I know that in particular, the things that we're attempting to be solved for were surfaces, right? And the whole theory of surfaces is typically considered Riemannian geometry. That's kind of the name for like all possible geometric surfaces that can satisfy, differential equations or whatever. And so I know that relativity and its equations involve that sort of stuff, but like I wouldn't be able to tell you. Like if you asked me like, how did they figure out that there's such a thing as black holes from Einstein's equations? I'd be like, I don't know. There's
I
probably
think that's like
yeah.
I think like geodesics.
Yeah, I would just guess that there's a fraction somewhere where division by 0 happens, and people are like, "What's this little part?" So that would be my guess. Right?
Or I think it might be infinity or something that they.
The limit blows up.
Yeah, I think that's what happens. I'm not sure though. I'm not advanced enough in physics to.
Yeah.
Know. Wait. So all the hyperbolic, like I'm self-studying calculus 3 right now for that electrodynamics book I'm trying to do. So all the like hyperbolic paraboloids and all that I'm studying right now, that's relevant to. Oh, okay. I did not know. Like I thought that was just like, I don't know. They're trying to teach you shapes in 3D, get your intuition, but I didn't know that was related to the Riemannian stuff.
Yeah, it certainly is. Space-time is 4-dimensional, right? So
yep.
That's going to show up a lot, right? And I don't know about relativity, but I'm fairly confident that the probability wave equation, Schrodinger's equation, right? It's of a complex variable, is it not?
Yeah.
And so I feel like relativity also is with respect to a complex variable. So these surfaces that are being solved for are quite a bit more complicated than like the way we visualize them when we make YouTube videos and stuff. They're pretty complicated.
Yeah, and then like if you talk to a string theorist, I mean, yeah, it's a whole
Right.
different ballgame there too.
Let's see. So I guess to press it a bit further, supposing there was a lone astronaut in space-time, could the astronaut go the speed of light since velocity doesn't exist without another body to compare to? So the answer's no, right? The amount of energy that it would take for someone to achieve being the speed of light with respect to any other observer in the universe is infinite. It would require an infinite amount of energy to achieve that speed. There's other ramifications as well, such as, for example, the amount of mass that you take up also grows, and also your distances shrink. So if you did achieve being at the speed of light, you would be able to be anywhere else in the universe instantly, and you would also be of infinite mass, and you would be and you would have achieved using an infinite amount of energy, right? So like all of those things break down pretty substantially because none of that happens. It does lead to a weird thought experiment, which is how fast do photons travel with respect to themselves? Like, how fast do they think they could travel if they thought, right? And the answer is, to a photon, everything is instant. A photon doesn't actually travel. When it is emitted, it is absorbed in the very same instant, according to the photon, right? Because according to the photon, with respect to relativity, there is no distance between stuff anymore. It's all in the same place, right? And so that means that when you look up out at the night sky and some of the microwave background radiation hits your eyeball, your eye is literally touching photons that to them were emitted from the Big Bang and touch your eye instantly, right? That's the very next moment in their existence. They were at the Big Bang and then they hit your eyeball, right? So that's weird.
It's crazy.
Gosh, this is why I study physics.
So you brought up like essentially the notion of closeness without a concept of distance, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Why is topology used a lot more in quantum mechanics in this case? Because that feels a lot like topology, or at least to some degree.
I don't know. I mean, maybe it depends on who you ask. Topology feels to me a lot more like the foundations of analysis. And analysis is going to be the foundations of things like Riemannian surfaces and stuff. So so topology to me feels a lot more about like continuity and things. Quantum mechanics is all about the discrete stuff, right? You have discrete thing, discrete time, discrete space, discrete, So like relativity just doesn't fit in the discrete world. Like what happens when you try to put like you take the equations of relativity and then you discretize the space? What happens is you generate black holes everywhere. Like all the little discrete points turn into black holes, right? And so relativity doesn't know what to do with that. Or I should say, quantum mechanics doesn't know what to do with that. Like clearly everything is not turning into a black hole. And so that's not what's happening. And so that's the issue with relativity and quantum mechanics.
See, I asked this because I remember from at least the maybe beginning or majority of my intro to topology class, we had to deal or wrestle with the concept of closeness without having an explicit distance formula, at least in the beginning, and in I guess what would be considered point set topology, because a lot of topology books will go a long time by treating treating things as being close together, but will never give you an explicit distance formula. So that's just what sparked my question.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, can you say that again real quick? Just the last part.
Oh, the last part. The reason it sparked my question of is topology, somehow inherently related to this, quantum level of physics, is because at the beginning, at least a lot of introductory books for topology will force you to wrestle with the notion of closeness without a definition for distance.
Oh, yes, correct, yes. Yeah, the only thing I would push back on is that topology, when it's talking about closeness, is still invoking things like continuity, right? So continuity is necessarily a continuous thing. So so the very first thing you learn in topology is that like discrete sets are kind of meaningless, and then the only thing that has topological space is really infinite sets. And so yes, closeness can be talked about without a metric. That's true, but it's carefully constructed through these other simpler principles like continuity or path connected or connected or
compactness.
Yeah, compactness, exactly. Yeah, the 1-point compactification. So yeah.
Man, it felt so. I don't go to like the best physics university. It's certainly like top 3 or top 4 in my state. But like some of my friends were like, "Oh, you could have gone to a better one." But I don't know. I thought I'm like, okay, yeah, sure, I'll transfer to like University of Texas after a year or something. But I don't know. Whenever I went to like visit the math department, I mean the physics department, it was very, very small, and apparently all the relationships are very good. So I mean, I don't know. Like there's something I like about a small department that I can just have a professor right there. I don't know.
Yeah, certainly classes. Yeah, it's hard to study on your own. It's very hard to study on your own.
Yep.
Complex variables, is that a subfield of complex analysis? Oh yeah, complex variables is just another name for functions made up of a variable that's a complex number, and that's called complex analysis. Yeah. Yeah. Quantum mechanics is weird, right? It's so weird. So like there's this thing, right? The what is it called? The Bose-Einstein condensate. I don't know if you've seen a video on that yet. So you can make stuff colder, right? So it gets colder, it's dropping in temperature, it's getting colder and colder and colder, right? But everything in quantum mechanics has discreteness to it. So like there is no such thing as continuous cold, technically. There's no such thing as continuous temperature, technically, on a quantum mechanical level. There is no such thing as continuous light. Like light doesn't actually have a continuous spectrum. It has discrete little sections of light, right? There's spectra, right? Anyway, when you get something colder and colder and colder, there's a point where effectively the property, the lowest state property that the material can achieve, it like pops into, because it's the last nook, and it can't be in between, and so it has to be like boom, I'm at the lowest state I can possibly be, right? And when that happens, you end up with a Bose-Einstein condensate. You know? Hey, it's Cat, lol. Hi. Did I disconnect? Or did other people disconnect?
No, other people did.
Oh, okay. Okay. I was wondering if that concept could be why space-time itself is said to be expanding faster than light. So no, the expansion of space is just an entirely separate topic, and the fact that objects are receding faster than the speed of light has nothing to do with the light that we're seeing of those objects. So, in other words, we are hypothesizing through a model of dark energy that things are receding faster than the speed of light, right? And the only reason that we're concluding that is because the light that we're currently witnessing from them is accelerating in its frequency, or in its shift, its red shift. So if it's accelerating away from us, then we can do math to be like, oh, the space between us is getting larger than the speed of light, right? And but we're not witnessing the thing moving away from us at the speed faster than the speed of light. We're calculating out that it is right now based on the model of its acceleration that's occurring, right? So like there's some point in time in the future in which everything that is redshifted right now will continue getting more and more redshifted till we can't even see it anymore. Like the light will be gone and we can't see that shit anymore, right? And it will have effectively moved outside of our ability to even see the light coming off of it. Right? The light is traveling too slow, right? How important would you say abstract algebra is to real analysis? I know the ideas of closure and groups. Abstract algebra and real analysis are very separate from each other. There's hardly any overlap at all. So the closure of a group is not at all similar to the closure of a set in real analysis. The closure of a set in real analysis is that you contain all of your limit points, right? And so you're closed, meaning that any limits cannot go outside of the set, right? There's no notion of that in abstract algebra. Abstract algebra is more about operations and whether or not the operation is well defined, meaning that it always produces something in the group that that you're in, right? Real analysis is very different from that. Just the entire approach of real analysis and abstract algebra is just very different. Obviously, there's little points of overlap, but for the most part, they're just completely separate classes. There's something in physics that proves existence of anything beyond the universe itself. Something in physics that proves the existence of anything beyond the universe itself. Not that we know of. We
Bubble theory.
Yeah, the closest we have of physics talking about things outside the universe, whatever exactly that means, is theories that introduce things like the multiverse or various things like that. And so these are models, and our only hope is to somehow be able to prove or disprove these models through some type of experiments. And that would help confirm or deny which particular theory is correct or incorrect, right? But we don't have like a definitive answer to be able to like say, oh yeah, there's definitely other universes outside this universe or something, you know. Now, as far as like observing beyond light, as far like the observable universe, in some sense, we have modeling that does that already, right? Like we have the inflationary model of the Big Bang, and the inflationary model allows us to go back from the cosmic microwave background radiation, which is the farthest thing that we can see, and it goes back in time to, you know, further and further back into more complicated physics. Some of those physics modeling are tested out in laboratories. Like we actually test out and can demonstrate that the fundamental forces do combine, right? When matter is hot enough. So like gravity, small nuclear, large nuclear, electromagnetism, these combine together as matter gets hotter and hotter and hotter and harder, right? And so because we can test this in the laboratory, that corresponds with our models, which suggests that this is how these forces behave as well. And so we have a confirmation that the model is probably correct, meaning that we probably do know something about the Big Bang, even though we can't see beyond the cosmic microwave background radiation, right? I don't have the fundamental knowledge for that, unfortunately. I guess my question is of dark energy isn't about what's within space-time, but what is outside of it, and it's being pulled because of that. Yeah, so dark energy, no one knows what dark energy is, right? It appears as though things are accelerating farther apart with an incredibly weak amount of energy, but when there's a massive distance between galaxies, that incredibly weak amount of energy adds up to be very, very strong. So it's like there's a pressure within space-time that's trying to push things apart, but it's an incredibly weak energy, and the reason, and in fact it's so weak that anytime you're in a gravitational field, like within the entire Milky Way, there is nothing in the Milky Way that would allow you to detect this dark energy. Like, you wouldn't be able to detect it, right? The only way you're going to be able to... The only way we even notice dark energy is when we look at things that are fucking, you know, a billion galaxies away from us, right? So when you're looking at galaxies that are fucking massively far apart, that's when you can see dark energy taking effect, right? But we don't see any dark energy inside of an individual galaxy. We don't see anything. Right? Mega balloons. Hello. How's it going? Let's see over here. What about the closure of the natural numbers? So the natural numbers are closed axiomatically, right? Well, okay. So the natural numbers is a group. That's true. And they are closed, yes. Well, I mean, okay, I shouldn't say that they're a group. The integers are a group, right? And they're closed algebraically. They're closed in real analysis trivially because they're discrete, right? So again, that's what I'm saying. The definition of closure in real analysis and the definition of closure in abstract algebra, they're not the same word. They mean completely different things, right? Let's see. By the way, thanks for answering. That's the best explanation of dark energy over here. Oh, thanks. You know, doing my best. Not a physicist. Go, you know, use at your own risk. Ask a real physicist at some point. My dream is to become a cosmologist. Right now I'm taking Algebra 2, and I'm on my way to pre-calculus. That's awesome. Yes, calculus is amazing. How long did it take to get your PhD? So long, my dude, so long. Let's see. I got my bachelor's degree, and then After my bachelor's degree, it took me 7 years after my bachelor's degree to get my PhD. And that included a master's degree along the way. So I got a master's degree and a PhD within 7 years. So a long time. How can they be closed in actuality when no one knows what the last discrete number would be, or is that redundant? No one knows what the last discrete number would be. Well, so this has to do with definitions, right? The question you're asking is, what is the definition of the natural numbers, right? Because once you know the definition of the natural numbers, then you understand what your question is saying, mostly. Maybe we got to go into a little more details. So the definition of the natural numbers is that it is a set that contains the number 0, and anytime it contains a number, it also contains 1 plus that number. And that's the definition of the set. So the set has two properties. It contains 0, and anytime it contains a number, it also contains that number plus 1. So anytime you ask a question about that set, it's always going to be with respect to those two properties. Like, for example, if you ask, hey, is the set of natural numbers closed under addition? Well, closed means that if I add two numbers in the natural numbers, then I get another number in the natural numbers. So you would pick two numbers in the natural numbers, and then you would ask whether or not their addition is also in the natural numbers. And you have to do a little bit of work to go through that reasoning, but the point is that consequence is going to follow because that addition is either going to be 0, right, meaning that the original two are 0, or that addition is going to be some number that is a successor of some previous number. And the moment you can establish that the addition is some successor of some number, then you've demonstrated that it's in the natural numbers. And so the reason the natural numbers is closed is because whenever you add two numbers, it satisfies being in the natural numbers, which is definitionally, again, the set that contains 0, and the set, and anytime it contains a number, it contains 1 plus that number, right? And so so it's all about the definition. You have to know the definition of the natural numbers, and then understanding why it would be closed would be a consequence of that, right? Now, why is the natural numbers closed in real analysis? That has to, again, to do with limits, right? The reason the natural numbers is closed in analysis is because it contains all of its own limits. If you make any sequence of natural numbers, it either diverges or it repeats an infinite number of times, and whatever it repeats is the thing that it converges to, which will also be a natural number, right? So there is no limit you can do with natural numbers and somehow be outside the natural numbers, and so it's closed under the real analysis definition of closed, right? Let's see. If math is absolutely true, therefore infinity must be true. Infinity must be true. How would infinity not be true? So we don't normally call infinity true or false. That doesn't make any sense. Infinity is just a thing. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know what that means, man. I'm sorry. Oh, welcome back, Zeno.
Hey, my friend was asking what type of chicken he should buy because he's never cooked for himself before, so I scolded him for being a 20-year-old that doesn't know how to cook chicken.
Wow, that's funny.
Yeah.
When I was in college, I had my dorm floor was basically me and a bunch of Hmong students who are, they're from the Asia, right, wherever Hmong is, right? But man, they cooked food all the time, and they'd feed me, and it was like amazing. And I was like,
That sounds
man.
awesome.
They had rice makers
yeah.
everywhere. They had fucking like literally. I'm walking through their dorms, and it was like rice maker, rice maker, rice maker, rice maker, and they had like giant 50-pound bags of rice all over the place. I was
Hell
like, what the
yeah.
fuck, people? And one of them, he was like trying to explain it to me. He's like, you know how your mom, made you a potato for breakfast and a potato for lunch and a potato for dinner? And I was like, yeah, that didn't happen, man. No.
Oh,
He's like, well, it's like that. You eat rice with everything. I'm like, okay.
yep, it is growing in the mountains, so yep.
Yeah, it's
Yes,
true.
indeed.
Mm.
Wait, okay, so how do you personally like to define addition? Because I'm working through the Tau analysis, and there's some exercises under the addition section, and
Yeah. So the definition is typically the like if you're going to the piano arithmetic definition, then the definition is that you're going to do n successors of m. So whatever number m is, you're going to do n successors of it, and then that's the addition of m and n, right? And so like when you write +1, it means to do one successor of the number. And when you write +2, it means to do two successors of the number, right? And so in some sense, addition is order specific. The first number is the number that's going to be successed, and then the second number is the number of successions you will do, right?
yep,
Yeah.
makes sense.
Let's see, out of 2 trillion galaxies in our cosmic horizon, if data says majority of galaxy clusters rotate clockwise or counterclockwise, does this give a clue that our universe be inside of a monster black hole? Possibly. Have we resolved the clockwise-ness? Like I've heard this. I've heard that if we can detect a spin in the universe, that would be highly suggestive that we are possibly in a black hole, right? But I'm not sure that that's been resolved yet. Like I don't know if we have the data yet to be able to figure out if we're actually in a spinning universe or not. Do you have any clues about?
We live in a giant quaternion.
Quaternion. Do you have any advice about how to deal with the sensation of failure in math? I love this subject, but there's sometimes it seems like giving a punch in a knife, and we say in Portuguese, "Oh my, what an interesting phrase." I mean, math people, typically the successful math people are people that got very comfortable with being wrong all the time. They were like, oh, I mean, I got that wrong, and like, so you have to become comfortable with that, right? So there's a lot of other fields out there where like anytime you say something stupid, maybe you could like bullshit your way around it, Math doesn't really lend that to you. It's kind of unfortunate part of that. There's no way to like bullshit your way out of doing something wrong. You did it wrong, and so you got to be like, oh well, But the good news is you're not alone. Everyone fucks up their math all the time. The other day I proved 1 = 0. I was like, I did something wrong.
So like that's super important. Not giving up and getting comfortable with being wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Thinking back to when I had a professor tell me, "Hey, you didn't learn enough abstract algebra 1 to be an abstract algebra 2. I got a lot of imposter syndrome, and all it took to cure that was, having a professor that was quote unquote better and, putting in more effort and just not giving up." You know, I had severe imposter syndrome after that. But then when I took a another difficult class that I was somehow succeeding in, it sort of cured that, and being comfortable with being wrong, but also not let being wrong discourage you from moving forward.
Oh man. Oh,
You know,
sorry. It ended. You gotta fix it.
Yes,
Go
that
ahead.
was well
Yeah, keep
said.
going.
because I remember I had a professor, great professor all the way around, but abstract algebra just did not resonate with me the same way real analysis did. And then I took real analysis, and when I got into that class, I had a professor who essentially had a I don't know if habit is the right word, but he liked giving extraneously hard exams that you would have to take home and really grind on, and collaborate on, and work extremely hard at, to accomplish a decent grade, we'll say. And that sort of action and repetition is what really helped me get comfortable, not only overcome imposter syndrome, but overcome only overcome that, but really get comfortable with being wrong. Because oftentimes you would do these exams, you'd get a result back, and then it would be one of those results where you have to go into office hours and plead your argument, plead your case, and then maybe you'll have points bumped up. But those actions of repeatedly doing something extremely difficult, and failing, and then explaining your arguments, really generated a positive environment for becoming comfortable with not always being right, not always getting the right answer, not being perfect in every argument or action, or whatever the case may be. That to me was very transformative in my math experience, with being uncomfortable, being wrong, and it restored my faith in what I was doing. Like, for example, I think I could essentially tell you that my first real analysis exam, and whether or not it feels like real analysis, my first real analysis exam boiled down to prove that pi is irrational. Which is kind of crazy. Like I would, like, my peers and I would ask other professors, like, hey, can you prove that pi is irrational? And they're like, they would get wide in the eyes and be like, oh, heck no, man, not right now.
Yeah.
So it was just kind of sometimes you gotta really you gotta take your losses in stride, learn from them, and just the repetition of doing that will not only make you better at mathematics, but it will make you more comfortable with being wrong.
Right. Oh wait.
That's a.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Do you think you could defend theism easily? No, not really. I'm doing pure math degree. How long do you think I can effectively study a day? I go to the library and grind for 5 to 6 hours. I got really burnt out last term. Yeah, I know, man. It's definitely hard. I slept at the library many times. Yeah. One time I fell asleep in a Denny's and I woke up with the manager like yelling at me, and I was like, "Yo, I'm a grad student, man. Just can't. I'll order another pancake. Is that But anyway.
Psychology says you can really only attack a difficult problem effectively for 4 hours. I think this can be stretched out longer, but I mean, if you're spending 5 to 6 hours in the library already, you're doing pretty well.
Yeah, that's true. It takes a lot. It depends. There's it depends on how much ADD you have and stuff too, right? Because I would get annoyed at a problem that I would just spend all my time thinking about, like, how do I do this one problem? And it'd be like I would sacrifice everything, just to sit and think about that problem longer, So, do you think the classic gamma function and the Q gamma function are shadows of an ambient gamma function that we haven't fully formalized yet, or are there two objects too different for that? Well, I'm not sure exactly what you mean. The gamma function is a special function, and I don't know the Q gamma function on the top of my head, but I also think that that's probably another special function. Special functions are functions that are written with particularly complicated looking integral transforms or differential transforms or whatnot. There are whole books dedicated to special function transformations. And in particular, we know of like a general form of all possible transformations, although looking up the formula doesn't really mean anything, but it exists, right? Someone sat and wrote it out at some point, and they were very proud of themselves. So that's the Miser G function. So if you want to know the ultimate function that encompasses all possible special functions you could ever conceive of, well, there you have it. It's called the Miser G function, and all possible, basically all possible special functions you could ever think of can be written in terms of that. How useful is it? It's not very useful at all. Do we know some general properties about it, meaning that we know general properties about all special functions, but anything you want to know at a specific level, it doesn't really help you, right? Like, there are plenty of hidden formulas that we still don't know about special functions. There are so many hidden gems to go find that we don't even know what we're looking for, because if we did know them all, we'd know the answer to the Riemann hypothesis, but we don't. Use Niven's argument, but asking a proof for that graduate student is crazy. The irrationality of pi is certainly a non-trivial question to ask. That takes a little bit of work. My ADHD...
It was crazy.
Yeah. My ADHD is crazy. I study for effectiveness, not for time. Otherwise, I lose my mind. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. What is your favorite theory in cosmology? String theory, eternal universes, standard model, black hole cosmology? I don't know. I'm a math guy, so like, I have great conversations with the physicists. They tell me, I could literally be a string theorist next week, and I'd be like totally fine with that. And then the next week I'd be like, screw string theory, let's go back to standard model, whatever. And I don't know, wherever the evidence points, that's all I really care about. I'm happy with whatever it is. If it's all multiverse, whatnot, I'd be like, cool, how do we verify that? Like, that's what I want to know, So I don't really care which one. Miser G being a basis for these special functions is nuts. Who would have thought of that? Yeah, some person with too much time on their hands. I wonder if I can pull it up on here. Browsing. Let's go here. Miser G function. Let's see this bad boy. There you go. The Measure G function. So it involves the gamma function. It involves products of gamma functions. So you have Q products, P product, Q minus M plus 1 products, P minus N plus 1 products, N minus 1 products, and M minus 1 products of different gamma functions in a ratio, along with Z to the C, Z to the S, just to, fuck with us. And that is the general form of all possible special functions you could possibly create, right? Yeah, I vomited looking at it.
Goodness.
I know. Anytime I'm reading through one of my lovely, I have multiple series of special function books. So I have thousands and thousands of pages of special function books, right? And anytime I get to like some special function and it's like, this is a special case of the Measure G function of this form, I'm like, moron, right? You're just a moron. Like, don't tell me it in Measure G notation. That's completely useless. Then I have to go spend like 3 pages trying to reduce it.
Yeah, I remember what's it called? I asked Bobby about the pi being rational thing, a proof for it. Pi being irrational, a proof for it.
Mm-hmm.
And we looked it up. You looked it up, and you were like, you were noticing that it involved integrals and all this crazy shit. So you were like, oh, it must not be trivial then. But the description of it, the AI was like saying, oh yeah, here's a trivial like proof, and we were going through it, and it was just like dozens of integrals and like crazy shit.
Yeah, it's definitely non-trivial. If I remember correctly, I think the proof of E being irrational is fairly trivial. And so in my mind, I just imagine that pi would have the same thing, but E is special because it involves a factorial. So I think that makes it a little easier. But E doesn't have, or pi doesn't have that. Pi's not a series with factorials in it. It's a series of like odd and even numbers and stuff. What do you think of Graham's number? Ramsey theory arrow 3 and goes on and on. Graham's number? What is Graham's number? Graham's.
I love Graham's number. It's pretty darn cool.
Is it something I know? Kuth's notation. Graham's an unimaginably large infinite number that once held the record for being the largest number ever used in a serious mathematical proof. Named after mathematician Ronald Graham, it serves as an upper bound for a problem in Ramsey theory, the math problem. It arose from studying multidimensional cubes, where all pairs of corners are connected by lines colored red or blue. Graham needed an upper limit for the number of dimensions required to guarantee a single color flat square. Despite its extreme scale, Graham's number is a specific whole number. It is much larger than a googolplex, but infinitely smaller than an infinity. Well, obviously. Arrow
This has
notation.
crazy things
64
attached
steps.
to it.
It sounds like tree 3. Is tree 3 bigger? Who's bigger? Graham's number greater than tree 3? Is false. Tree 3 is unfathomably larger. Oh, okay, so tree 3 is bigger. Okay. So my favorite number is tree 3. That's going to be my favorite number.
So Numberphile had a really interesting video on Graham's number, and they brought in some physicists, and the physicists said that if you tried to compute Graham's number in your head would eventually collapse into a black hole before you were able to finish, based on the weight of the information that it would require to compute Graham's number in your head.
That sounds about right. Yeah. Yeah. I have CRC.
Wait, Bobby, so...
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Can I LARP as a physicist now, as a mini physicist in training, now that I'm a physics and math major?
Yeah, why not? I think anyone taking physics or math, you can call yourself physicist or mathematician. Why not?
Yay.
Nice.
I have CRC, Concise Encyclopedia of Mathematics. It has over 3,000 pages. It's a massive book. Oh, interesting.
Oh,
I wonder if that's one I should.
what is it called?
The CRC Concise Encyclopedia of Mathematics. So it's a concise encyclopedia. That's good to know. So that means it's small, right?
Concise at 3,000 pages.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, who's that guy in coding that like?
Eric.
He did like.
Eric Weinstein. It's not the Eric
No,
Weinstein, is it?
No, that's Weinstein.
Weinstein. Oh, thank God. Okay.
Something. It's the Eastern European names get very interesting.
So this is a 2,000 page version. Means they made the print very small.
Very concise.
Very concise. Interesting. I cannot praise the work highly enough. The vast scope, impressive, found it very interesting, knowledgeable. Is a compendium of mathematical definitions, formulas, figures, tabulations, and references. Its informational style makes it accessible to the broad spectrum of readers with a diverse range of mathematical backgrounds and interests. This fascinating, useful book has areas of science as well as other stuff, blah, 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 blah. Specialized jargon and dry, formal exposition, though it's thousands of pages, blah, 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 blah. Offers concise readability, weaves through mathematical topics, complete bibliographies following each entry, 110,000 cross references, 3,000 illustrations. Wow, that's actually pretty good. I might think about getting that. How much is it? $12? Yeah,
Hell yeah.
bad. It's not bad at all for 2,000 pages.
Gonna have to pick that up.
I got plenty of math books that I want. One of them I can't find anywhere, but I found it used online. The guy wants $2,000. I was like, what?
What book is that?
What? It's oh my God! It's like table series and something of Irish, Erdish, not Erdish. It's like I have it in my bookshelf. Let me go look at it. Blah blah. So if I open it up, so here's my bookshelf, my library books, and then there's a bunch of special books I don't have. This one here, Prudnikoff et al. Integrals and Series. There are 5 volumes to it, and the like volume 1 and 2 together, the guy was like, oh, how about $2,000 or something, and I was like, what?
Damn.
I am not going to spend $2,000. But yeah,
is this PDF available?
Maybe
in the Discord.
Oh, this PDF? Yes, it's in my Bobby bookshelf. It's my bookshelf.
I see you have you need some George Polya books.
Yes, I need the
pretty...
complete works of George Polya, and I need Schoenberg's second book. I have his first one, and I have Polya and Sega's books, right? But I don't have Polya's 4-volume series.
The rarest. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I have all of Bateman's manuscripts. So I have this is just tables and tables of integrals and stuff. And most recently, my most recent edition, I've got a copy of Watson's Theory of Bessel Functions. I love that book. It's right up there. I got it right here.
Whoa.
So
that's cool.
That's Watson's. Funny. Schoenberg.
Wow.
Schoenberg. Holy freaking moly.
So
yeah, this one's got 800 pages or so. So I don't know how many pages it is. So it's about 800 pages, and it's got all kinds of stuff. This is where I currently am. So this is
That's
Slurm's,
cool.
Slurm's theorem. Very special.
Slurm.
Theorem. Yeah.
The rarest mathematical, I guess I'll say, artifact that I've ever seen is at least available for sale, and I really want it. Is one of Sir William Rowan Hamilton's poems. So he was known for writing really shitty poetry.
Really?
And yeah, he was so one of his hobbies was poetry, and he corresponded with big known authors of the day who would always tell him, hey, you should stick to mathematics. And one of his handwritten poems came up for sale recently, and it's one of the coolest things I've ever seen in my life.
Wow.
But they want, I think, about $2,000 for it.
$2,000 for a poem?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of harsh. What is up with all this aristocratic, like, gambling? I don't know what to call it. Aristocrats making money off of people's desire for memorabilia. Yeah, I don't know.
It's the trading card trend is affecting everything.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Let's
Sorry,
see.
I'm not.
The one with the book blue. The one I have is the blue book. Oh, you have the blue book. You mean you got differential equations? Partial differential equations. That's an excellent book. That one up there.
Isn't that the one that was
Wait, which
written
one?
by Bleecker, who set his university on fire?
Yes.
I think I have that book.
Yes, it is. Yes, but he didn't do it. But there was a professor that did set their office on fire. Yeah.
Wait, which one's a good PDE book?
This one by Sortis and Bleecker. Basic.
Yeah,
partial
no,
differential
Bleecker did
equations.
set his university on fire.
Bleecker was the one that set his university on fire? No,
I'm pretty sure. So I've got the
Bleecker set
So I remember my professor
his
talking about
office on fire. Professor? I don't think so. Holy shit. David Bleecker set his office on fire.
Mm-hmm.
He was found not guilty by reason of insanity.
Based.
Well, more reason to buy the blue book.
Exactly. Wait, okay,
What?
when is one ready
What?
for PDE?
I had no idea. Wow. Okay, so let's see what else. What if the universe and tree 3 or Graham's number relate? Probably not, but that would be interesting. The what ifs. He truly believes that because Hamilton took it as an axiom that his theory is proven. He truly believes? I don't know what that means. What if the whole universe is the size of tree 3 or Graham's number? Our observable universe is only 92 billion light years. No. These numbers, the thing to understand about these numbers, they are so theoretically huge. They are more than all the discrete possible Planck lengths through Planck time you could do for the entire known existence that the observable universe will exist and has already existed. So there is no amount of subatomic particles or galaxies or anything that could possibly encompass these numbers. So these are unfathomably large numbers. They're stupid numbers. They're idiotic numbers. They're numbers that don't have any sheer meaning whatsoever in any capacity except for the fact that they are finite, which is incredibly weird because it means that there are some problems that have a combinatorial explosion to them and are not infinite. They're still finite, and hence we give the number a name because we can prove that it's finite, but the number's too fucking big to write down or even talk about. Right? So that's why they're there. Opinion on Spivak's Calculus. Spivak's Calculus is an amazing book. It's an amazing book. the problem I have with Spivak's calculus is that it falls right in between doing calculus, because I would not recommend Spivak for learning calculus. I recommend Stewart or
Stewart is so good.
Any other calculus book, because Spivak just does not go through all of the topics, right? And it's too weak to be like a true real analysis book. Like if you're taught real analysis with Spivak, you know, I've heard of people taking real analysis, like an introduction to real analysis with Spivak. That's typically not a great book for that, because there's just so much more to learn in real analysis, and Spivak doesn't really give you that rigor like you expect in a real analysis class. And so it's like, it sits right there in between. It's like such a great book, but it's not a calculus book and it's not a real analysis book. So, so I like Spivak.
I would, if one wanted a book in between Spivak and Stewart, Taylor and Mann's Advanced Calculus is pretty good too. If you're familiar with that book.
I don't know. What do I have in my list?
It's a very good calculus book. It jumps right into it.
Yeah, so I have 3 calc books I listed in my library, but my recommended one is Stewart.
Which edition?
I didn't put an edition on it, but I technically took Stewart on 6th edition, so that was a long time ago. I don't know what it's on now. 12th, 15th, 20th.
Probably. I use the 8th edition.
Bleecker set the office on fire.
Wait, when is
nuts.
one ready for PDEs?
What is my recommendation for PDEs is the Sortis Bleecker book.
No. When is one like ready to tackle them?
Oh, no. Well, hang on. So some people use this book as their differential equations class, right? Because it goes through differential equations and then it goes through partial differential equations. Partial differential equations is just the multivariate version of differential equations. That's all it is. So, so if you learn differential equations, then you want to do the multivariate version. Okay, now you're doing partial differential equations, right?
Yeah, because I know PDEs is used a lot in freaking general relativity, so that's why I want to learn it. So wait, could I theoretically like jump into it now?
Yeah, if you finish calculus, yeah. I think it's okay to start doing like this book is huge. This book is huge. So it goes through differential equations and then it goes through more stuff. So this is a fucking huge book, you know.
It's like
so
how many pages?
So I know all of Calc 1. I know pretty much all the integration techniques in Calc 2. Yeah, all the way up to indefinite integrals. I gotta finish the what's it called? That section. I'm gonna go into series as soon as I'm done with this Calc 3 stuff I'm doing. Calc 3, all the way up to dot product, and right now I'm doing surfaces and what's it called? Yeah, I'm doing surfaces and what's the other one called? Surfaces and whatever, like I don't know,
Vectors?
2-sheet hyperboloids. No, like the 2-sheet hyperboloids, all that stuff, the cones. So I'm gonna continue Calc 3. Yeah, I'm gonna continue Calc 3. Gonna finish off the series in Calc 2. So I guess after that, makes sense.
Yeah, that seems fine to me. Let's see. Can you explain the Riemann zeta function? Zeta function, or so normally there's just one zeta function, which is it's an infinite series of n as it goes from 1 to infinity of 1 over n to the z. So the zeta function is it's special, right? This is what is called a Dirichlet series, So a Dirichlet series is any series of the form C sub n over n to the z n as it goes from 1 to infinity. So anything of this form is called a Dirichlet series. And Dirichlet series are very special because it turns out that when you product two Dirichlet series, it's equivalent to multiplying all of the coefficients in a binomial fashion through the divisors of each n. So there's a strong relationship that Dirichlet series have with number theory, and so that's where you get this this strong relationship between the two. So there's a whole study of just Dirichlet series. The best book I think on this is Analytic Number Theory. Analytic Number Theory by Analytic Number Theory by what is his name? Well, I have the book here. Apostle. Jesus. Apostle. There you go. Zombo, did you know your camera was on? You're muted, buddy.
I figured it out just now. My bad.
All right, no worries.
Whoopsies.
Whoopsies. Okay, so Analytic Number Theory by Apostle. So Dirichlet series are very, very special. This particular function, it only is convergent after the line 1 on the real line in the complex plane. And in general, all Dirichlet series are convergent in half planes. That's what they do. So any Dirichlet series you give me is always convergent in some half plane, because that's the property of Dirichlet series. Now, just because something is convergent in only one place, based on the representation it's given, doesn't mean that there aren't other representations of the function that allow you to define the function in other places of the plane. And so there are multiple different formulas for the zeta function. This is just one of them. It's the most famous one. There are other versions of it that allow you to calculate values in other locations, right? Some famous values of the zeta function, if you plug in a 2, you get the series as it goes from 1 to infinity of n squared, and that's pi squared over 6. So that's a very famous formula. It was demonstrated that the cube has no algebraic closed form over pi. And so this does not have a closed form that we know of, or if it does have a closed form, we have no idea what number it involves. But it doesn't involve pi. We know that there is no pi that can go here in some combination and give you the cube. Now, if you do the fourth power, you get some variant of this, like this squared or something, and so you get pi again. But the odd ones you don't get pi. The even ones you do. What are some other values? We know that zeta of 1 is infinity, so it has a pole at 1. So here's 1. So there's a pole there. And in the Riemann hypothesis is that all the zeros of the zeta function are on the line 1/2. So all zeros are 1/2 plus alpha I. And so that's the Riemann hypothesis. If you can demonstrate all the zeros of this function satisfy 1/2 plus alpha I, then you'll have proven the Riemann hypothesis. Right? So it's very tricky. Okay, working with radicals in algebra. If I didn't break it down to the smallest form, can you get half marks, or would it be 0? I don't know, man. That's probably a question for your professor. So it depends on the level of math you're at. Like if you're doing, double integral, surface, crazy voodoo shit, whatever line thing, right? And so you're doing this crazy stuff and you do like 50 steps and your answer at the end is 1/2 square root, 20 times pi or something. And you go, oh my God, I finally found it. And you just box that in, you'd get full credit, right? Like that's clearly full credit, right? Now this of course does break down because it's square root 4 times 5. So you get 2 times square root of 5. And so the 2 and the 1/2 cancel. And so you should have given me square root of 5 times pi, right? But like such a trivial simplification, doing a very hard calculus problem, that wouldn't really matter. Now, if you're in algebra and the chapter is called Reducing Radicals, and your professor gives you the problem, this, and you don't reduce it, then yes, you'll lose all the points on that problem. Yes, you must reduce it because you're in the chapter of practicing reducing, radicals, right? Let's see. Thoughts on Jay Dyer? I don't know. I sent him a message. I was like, hey, you want to chat sometime? And he ignored me. So apparently I don't have enough followers yet. We'll see. Sorry, did anyone have a question in the Discord?
Can you move the notebook to the left a little bit because I'm trying to see the solution for the function whenever Z is 2. Yeah, thanks.
Check out the link I sent in the chat. It's to the poem.
Yeah, it starts with an L. I want to say it's like Leibniz problem, no, or Lenoid's problem.
Is that pi squared over 6? Is that what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay.
What is
Very
the
famous result?
sum of the reciprocal? If I remember correctly, Euler is the one that figured this out. This was a famous problem in Euler's day, and no one knew what it was, and he figured out it's pi squared over 6. So everyone knew the decimal approximation. They knew it to like 10 decimal places. So like everyone knew that this was some number, but no one knew it was pi squared over 6. Reciprocal. What is the sum of the reciprocal of n squared? It is pi squared over 6. Basel problem. Wow, I was really far off. Okay, so it's called Basel's problem. And yes, it was solved by Euler in 1734. Okay. Well, so I got half of it right. Kudos to me. Basel problem solved by Euler, 1734.
So can you explain why we're so far off from solving it?
The Riemann hypothesis?
Yeah. Sorry, I should have clarified. Yeah.
Why are we so far away? Because we don't know how far away we are. I mean, that's the true answer. For all we know, it's right around the corner. I mean, who knows?
Right.
So difficulty of problems is typically measured in how many mathematicians have traveled that road and failed, right? And so there have been a lot of people that have tried to solve the Riemann hypothesis. A lot of people. It is very rare for a problem this specific to go unanswered this long. See, there are plenty of math problems that are just radically out there, like Like, for example, when Hilbert proposed, let's find a formula to solve all possible Diophantine equations, and then radically it was demonstrated there is no such formula, that such formula is impossible to construct, right? And that just blew mathematicians away, that was even possible, that you could have like unsolvable, like it isn't unsolvable, it's uncomputable problems, that there are some problems that there is no formula to be able to compute them, right? And that was just a radical thing, right? And so the point is, there's plenty of math problems that are just so grand. It turns out that the problem with them was that we needed some other grandiose theory in order to even understand them. It's very rare we have a problem that is so like pinpoint specific, and it just sits there like a plague. Like, we don't, like, why haven't we solved this problem? We know so much goddamn shit about Dirichlet series and about roots and polynomials and entire functions, and, you know, we figured out the Miser G function for shits, you know? And we don't know why this thing has all of its zeros with a real part 1/2. That's just so weird, right? And so this is such a strange problem. Like, I am 99% confident the answer to this is not something dumb like, oh, it's independent of all the axioms, and you can just suppose it does have a root or suppose it doesn't have a root, and there's no contradiction. Like, I couldn't imagine in a million years that that's the case, right? It's just so frickin' specific. It's a specific function with specific analyticity, and it's been calculated out to a billion zeros. They all have real part 1/2. It's just so, like, you know, how could this possibly, you know, I don't know, man. To me,
Shit.
what we're missing now, I study this from an analytic perspective, so I don't know the number theory part, so you got to go ask a number theorist. But from an analytic perspective, to me, the stuff that's missing to solve this problem is we don't know enough about integration. And in particular, we don't know how to preserve positive functions through integration. So there's a specific thing called positive definiteness. There's a relationship between what are called positive definite sequences and positive definite functions. And so, in general, integral inequalities is a very poorly understood field. And because we don't know much about integral inequalities, then it means that we don't know a lot about how to properly bound the conditions of this particular problem. And so that's where I think that this resides, which is why I have a strong interest in theorems like Slurm's theorem. Slurm's theorem is specifically a problem about inequalities. Why is book all?
Yeah, I remember I heard that there's literally integrals that are so difficult to solve that they would literally like give us the answers to the Riemann hypothesis. And at first, when I heard that, I did not believe it, because whenever you're talking, you know, like in Calc 1 and 2 about integration, it's seen as like, oh, you know, area under a curve seems pretty like, okay, surely we know about it, right? And then it's like, nope.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Psychological scarring. Yeah, no worries. All we got was a little pot belly, so we're good. You know, as long as if you drop the phone, I don't know, there'd be like consequences or something, but no big deal.
Yeah. Oh yeah, like my schizophrenic friend that got banned on like politics for flashing his.
Oh.
Yeah,
that's
he's
just dumb. Why would people do that?
Yeah, he has.
What kind of what? I don't know what kind of argument you're gonna win with doing that. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know. He's an online friend I made through debate, and he told me he has like really bad schizophrenia. So every like month or so, he'll call and tell me like what's been going on, and I'm like, shit.
Yeah, yeah.
Did you see the poem?
The poem?
Yeah, I posted the link to where the poem is being sold by William Rowan Hamilton.
Oh, on Abe Books?
Yeah.
Ah. $2,332.39. Yeah, that's also where my book is located, is Abe Books.
Mm-hmm.
Fascinating. 8 pages. The sonnet is written out in manuscript, 1 page, with the author's initials bottom right, the first corner. LGS. Fascinating. Man, I wish I had disposable income. That's cool.
It is a remarkably unremarkable poem.
Let's see. What level of math is this? This is graduate level. This is some. I've heard some people say that undergraduates study Dirichlet series. I've never met an undergraduate that studies Dirichlet series. So like this is considered an undergraduate textbook. I've read it. To me it feels like a very senior level undergraduate textbook, if it is an undergraduate textbook. This is probably like I wouldn't imagine anyone would read this particular book unless they were wanting to be a number theorist and they were in grad school. So typically a detailed discussion on the Riemann zeta function is normally a graduate level topic. Maybe parts of it you can think of are undergraduate, but it's certainly a non-trivial discussion. Chess has an infinite amount of possibilities. Do you like to play chess? Chess does not have an infinite number of possibilities because it's on a finite board with a finite number of pieces. So we can explicitly calculate out all the possible variations of all possible chess games, right? It's a massive number. It's a lot smaller than Graham's number, though, or Tree 3. But it is a finite number, right? So that's an example. See, we know the number of possible chess games is finite. We know that automatically because we can just look at the board and look at the pieces, right? But it is an astronomically large number, right? So it is very large. Do you like to play chess? I don't play much chess. I play Go. I do like playing Go, although I haven't played Go in a long time. What's the problem? Got in late? Oh, no problem. Just Riemann zeta function. Is this complex plane? Oh, that was asked a while ago. Maybe? I'm not sure. Yes? All right, back to Discord. Ooh.
When can I start knowing like what my strengths are? Well, I don't know. I guess I'm gonna be doing like mathematical physics, but what would you say? Like how can I determine what I'm good at in math?
Well, in my mind, what determines what you're good at in math is what you're willing to study more of. Because what you enjoy studying is what you'll be good at because you don't mind spending all the time it takes. And then the other aspect of it is that if you're interested in evaluating like innate skill or something, just keep in mind innate skill is only a matter of like how much time you're willing to spend. So like if you love a particular topic, like let's say number theory, and you're like, well, I'm going to study number theory for like 30 hours a week or whatever. Well, then, if you were a really talented person just born with a big fat brain or something, well, then maybe you only had to study 20 hours a week, and then all the other people have to study 30 hours a week, right? That doesn't really mean much, right? Because both people accomplish the same thing. And so really innate skill especially at a high research level, translates more so into more time, not more like not an ability to solve things any faster or better or whatnot. Every real solution is going to require that witty trick or that incredible amount of dedication and time. And so it isn't like someone with innate skill somehow, is the winner or something, right?
Right, like somebody could theoretically have like I don't know, 200 IQ, but put them into a competition with like a mathematician, they're not gonna like just shit on him because like, oh yeah, my IQ is just so much higher. No, the mathematician has all that time and right.
Yeah, they would just lack a lot of knowledge and stuff. Could you explain when mathematics and physics say that the speed of light or gravity just pops up in the equations? I've heard this when it comes to string theory. Thank you. I'm not quite sure about the gravitational constant, but I'm aware that the speed of light shows up in Maxwell's equations, right? Maybe we could Google that real quick. Maxwell's equations give us the speed of light. Let's see. Yes, James Clerk Maxwell's equations do give us the speed of light by showing that electric and magnetic fields travel as electromagnetic waves. By combining Faraday's law and Ampere's Maxwell law yields a wave speed of approximately 1 over mu 0 epsilon 0. Vacuum permittivity measures how easily an electric field passes through empty space, and vacuum permeability measures the ability of a magnetic field to form in empty space. Plugging in the measured values, so these values were measured values of these two basic quantities gives approximately the speed of 300 kilometers per second. And so the point is that they knew it was a constant. Like, there it is. That's the speed of light. These are just measurements that we could do in empty space. And then the calculation comes out to 300 kilometers per second. And hence, the speed of light is the same for all people, all observers in the universe. Right? Yeah.
As a mathematician, somebody asks you, some college student, what's the difference between you and like a theoretical physicist? What's your answer?
The theoretical physicists are unrigorous, cavemen that don't know the true meaning of life and are crazy. I don't know. Something like that.
Based.
Yeah. But they would refer to us as, hermits that are too caught up, drawing stick figure pictures and don't give a shit about the real world, right? So,
Stick figure pictures, yeah. Yeah, PPO.
mm-hmm.
Hey Bobby.
Yeah.
Hey, this is not like really like a math question, right? It's just something about, I'm not sure. Well, you probably remember the debate you have at Kent, right? The creationist.
Yeah. That was a fun
Yeah,
debate.
and also anyone who didn't see the video or the debate, I recommend you see it. It's long, I guess. Maybe you could just cut it short, but anyway, yeah. So what he was talking about, right? Do you think he like generally don't know enough about evolution, or you think that he maybe he's lying about it?
Well, he's done hundreds of debates, and he is effectively a cult leader, right? So he has lied repeatedly over and over again, and so it's it's hard to know, right? Like what is the difference between someone that refuses to learn new things and has their prescribed talking points because they agree with their cult mindset and religion versus, you know, someone that's like willingly trying to lie to people for money or something. Like Kent doesn't seem like he's in it for the money. He seemed like he doesn't give a fuck at all, you know. He hates it that the government takes his money, that's for sure. But like he doesn't seem like he's trying to grift and be a greedy bastard. That doesn't sound right. He just seems like someone that genuinely wants to be ignorantly stupid and give people the confidence that they need to believe in the Bible. And so he willingly projects that no matter what, right? So I don't know. I don't know what to say to that. It's of course frustrating. It's frustrating when he puts up a paper by a dendrochronologist and pulls a sentence out of it, right, that says something like multiple tree rings can grow in a year, right? And then he leaves off the part where the dendrochronologists define, well, that's why there's a difference between annual rings and seasonal rings, and that we need to look for the differences between the two, and here's the relationship. He just leaves all that out because he either didn't give a fuck, meaning that he just read the paper to the one line and then highlighted it and pulled it out and didn't give a shit, or he does know that everything he's saying is a lie. You know, I don't know.
Because the thing that got me confused about it, right, when he was talking about, well, mainly why I don't know about the whole carbon and everything. You definitely, that was new to me. That was cool to kind of learn. You know, it's like a little learning session, right?
Mm-hmm.
What got to me, right, is when he started to talk about the species, like, oh, what species, you know, gave birth to different species. No species does that, right? I'm like, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
Like when it comes to, like, for example, like coyotes, dogs, wolves, and jackals, right?
Yeah.
They're all like different species, but they're able to like give birth to another if they mate together, right? And I was like,
sometimes, yeah, it depends on the group or whatnot, and how fertile it is, and there's specific definitions to that, right? And you know, biologists can tell us all the special definitions or whatever, but the real thing is that the very concept that he's introducing is just factually incorrect. Like he says, cows only produce cows, and that is already the theory of evolution. Nothing ever leaves its taxonomy. You don't. Sorry, not taxonomy. Nothing leaves its category, right? So, like, if you are a mammal, you will be a mammal forever. All of your descendants will be mammals because they came from the lineage of mammals, right? There is no point where you cease being a mammal. You don't switch from a mammal to something else. That isn't the case. So the point is that as speciation happens, though the creatures that speciated, those are still their ancestors. They never stopped being the thing that was before, right? And so the whole concept doesn't even, the way that he presents it is just fallacious to begin with, right? Evolution doesn't teach. Yeah, evolution doesn't teach that things leave their species. Of course they don't leave their species. They never do. Nothing ever leaves its species. That's not how that works, right? Yeah.
I guess it's just, like forced ignorance at that point. Because, when he started talking like that, I'm like, what? I'm like, like it's just, everything, is like, when you speak about even like taxonomy, right? That's like, I know it's, part of biology, right? But at the same time, it's also somewhat of a social construct because taxonomy is just, the classification of things, right? Like when people start talking about, oh, unique DNA or this is unique here and there, right? It's like, what do you mean by unique? You feel me? Like, for example, right? every animal shares human DNA, right? So
Yeah.
if that's unique, why is it completely shared throughout every living organism?
Yes.
You know? So it's
yes.
like if
Yeah.
it's unique, but everyone has, it's like the way I put it, right? It's like, let's say that you have a recipe, a cooking recipe, right? You got your own cooking recipe, and there's like, I don't know, 10 of dozens of restaurants, right? They have your recipe, but some have like 2%, 10%, 50%, or 99%, right? When does the uniqueness become not unique, you know?
Yeah. 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 No, I agree. Yeah. Yeah. So there's actually, I'm actually setting up another debate with Modern Day Debate, with another creationist, to be announced soon, as soon as we get all the details finished. But me, maybe it's my Professor gene in me, but I always try to switch up topics, you know. So Ken Hovind, it was C14. I'm like, oh, okay, well, you know, I'll try some other topic, right? So this next topic I'm going to do is informational complexity. And so something that creationists like to do is they like to pretend that if they just say, well, God designed all the creatures, then that somehow means that it explains away the relationship that we see amongst all the animals with their DNA, right? And so I thought about that for a while, and I was like, is that really true? Like, is it true that if I just take some, you know, fucking huge high dimensional data and I just, you know, uh, give it a bunch of distinctive, you know, information, and then I just have that perpetuate through some, you know, morphologic change system, that I will end up with the exact same graph as what you would get if everything was related to each other? And so, as a mathematician, right, I don't know shit about biology, but I know about information dynamics. So I wrote a Python script and I ran it, and boop, the two pictures popped up. They look nothing alike. Like, creationists are just full of shit. The point is that when kinds produce discontinuities, those discontinuities will exist permanently. There's no way to remove them because the dimension is too high. Like, maybe if DNA only had, you know, 50 bits in it, then you might be able to, you'd be able to remove the discontinuities you introduce when you create kinds, right? But that isn't what DNA is. DNA is high dimensional data, and so there's no fucking way in hell that you can just produce for me different kinds with discontinuities between them, and then those discontinuities somehow disappeared and you don't see them anymore. Like that would require that would require a hypothesis of such careful construction of the DNA as to basically admit that the deity purposely made everything look related to each other in order to trick people into thinking everything is related to each other, right? Like that's what you would have to end up believing, right? So it's so anyway, I'll probably present that at the next debate I do. So
Yeah, because it's just saying that it sounds like it sounds absurd in a way. Like what? You know, like the same thing with me. I'm not a biologist. You know, I mean, I honestly, you know, we all took university classes. We all probably took at least one biology class, or maybe in high school and whatnot, right? Because obviously, you know, you could say graduated with a computer engineer. I don't know shit about advanced biology, but I do know about logic, and it's like it doesn't make any sense when you say like, oh, human DNA is completely unique from every other animal. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like,
yeah.
like when like for example, like apes, I think we got like what, somewhere between like 95 to 99% shared DNA.
Yeah.
Is that unique? Like, is it really unique if someone has 99% of your cooking recipe? No, like it's just arbitrary.
Yeah, everything is so blatantly related to each other. It's like so obvious on so many levels. so here's another thing. There are what you might call arbitrary choices in the way life is constructed that, as far as we know, have zero meaning. So like one particular choice is chirality. Everything alive has the exact same chirality, right? There, as far as we know, because we can do it in the laboratory, we can create the other chirality of all the exact same proteins and shit, and we can do all the exact same chemical reactions with the opposite chirality, right? And so the point is that, like, why does everything have the exact same chirality? Oh, because it's all related to each other. Like, there's no reason why we would have the same chirality. Like, why would the deity be like, you know what? And I'm going to fucking make everything have the same chirality just to trick those motherfuckers later and make them think everything is related, right? Like, that's just such a silly argument. Like, of course we all have the same chirality because we're all related. Everything alive is related, right?
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, and there's plenty of little facts like that. Like chirality is just one of them, but there's a bunch of little ones, you know. So, yeah, like what's another one? For mammals specifically, mammals all have the same type of eye. Effectively, the eye we have is a fish eye, right? Like, this isn't hard to Yeah, this isn't hard to understand, but we basically we had fish eyes in the past, right? Whatever creature it was before a mammal. And rather than getting rid of the eye because it was too useful, as the creature started being on land, it instead developed a method to like carry water with it. And then because the way air works and water works, the eye was shittier because it wasn't in the water because it was a fish eye, but now they have a little sac around it, and so they could keep the fish eye, but it was shitty. It was a shitty fish eye because they're walking around with a sack of water, you know, so that they can keep their fish eye around. Well, eventually we developed a lens to fix the fish eye. So that's why we have an eyeball that's basically a ball of water to hold our fish eye in the back, while a lens was built on the outside, the front of it, in order to redirect the light to go from the air to the water so that the fish eye could then process what the fuck we see, right? And all mammals share this exact same kind of fucking eye. And it's like what kind of shit? Like, we're obviously all related. Like, there are plenty of creatures that figured out eyes while they were on land. They don't have fish eyes. They have like these way more efficient eyes, you know, but not us. No, we got a fish eye that we walk around with, you know, balls of water, right?
That's actually pretty cool. Like, oh shit, I just learned something new today.
Yeah, we all got fish eyes.
But yeah, it's just funny when when Kent was like saying, "Oh, are you related to a pine cone?" I'm like, yeah. Oh my god.
I know. When he said, "Are you related to a pine cone?" and I was like, "Yeah, there you go." And then he's like, "Okay, well, I'll add you to my chart." And I was like, "Okay, man."
Bobby,
you add me to your chart. Sorry.
There's a play that you would really like, and it's called Inherit the Wind, and it's a fictional adaptation of a real court case called the Scopes Monkey Trial, and it centers around this high school teacher who decides to teach Darwin's evolution in a town where teaching that is completely illegal. Back in like 1925, and it's phenomenal.
Interesting.
My dad's directing it at a local theater, and I've seen it like 5-6 times now. It's just so good. I think there's a movie about it too. But it's very interesting. The play is called Inherit the Wind. Let me find a link.
The Wind. That does sound interesting. Just out of curiosity, I don't know if this was brought into it, but one of the big things with Darwin's evolution was the pushback on the racial segregation that was happening, right? Because before Darwin, it was basically considered like standard knowledge that, you know, black people and white people are like different species or whatnot, right? One was cursed by God, you know, or whatever, right? God fried their skin or whatever the shit is. And so there was the point is that there was a lot of racism theories kind of floating around, right? And when Darwin presented his theory, and he's like, you know, we're all related, that actually was met with quite a bit of resistance by like the Christian, you know, movement and whatnot.
So in the play, instead of they don't pull. So originally, so the court case happens in like 1925, and then the play is written around in the era of McCarthyism in the 50s. And then it becomes a very relevant conversation, I would say, for today in all of our issues. They don't touch on the racism aspects of opposing Darwinism. It's really just
and that's fine.
Complaint.
No, and that's fine. That's fine. It not every you know, because some reenactments of some type of thing that wants to be presented. Sometimes you focus more on, you know, the sciencey part or whatever, right, as opposed to like the social stigma part or whatnot. And so that's very common. Another thing that does that is, what is it called? Flatland. I don't know if anyone's ever read Flatland. So typically Flatland is presented as this book about, you know, geometries and them fighting with each other or whatnot, right? But the original book was very much it was like an adaptation to criticize the current, you know, suppression of women and things, right? Because he talks about women as like, you know, they have certain requirements to waddle their butt and all kinds of shit, you know, and so if you read Flatland for the first time, like at the very first the parts of it that are like going to be shocking are like, what the shit? Why are we going into like all the sexual habits of like, you know, men and women and whatnot? And it's like, it's kind of weird, right? But it, you know, that was what was happening at the time that he was like criticizing, and he wrote it in terms of this geometry book, right? Most people just like to jump to the last chapter and talk about the geometry part, you know. But anyway, it just made me think of that. That's all.
I posted a couple of links to what appear to be a couple of movies of the play. Not sure how similar they are to the play itself, but you know, I think it's such a good movie that it would be a great thing to. I mean, a great play that the movie's got to be good too.
Yeah. So this is. Gem film history. Interesting. Starring Jack Lemmon, but so this one is in black and white. Okay, I gotcha. So this one was released in 1960, and it's got Spencer, blah 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 blah. Huh, that's very cool. I like this. I'll probably have to watch this later. Let's see. Is the Subway Tattoo guy still working on the channel? I don't know what that means, man. God was saving himself for more work. Okay, sure. Can religious people at least try to read chapter 1 of a general biology textbook? I know, right? Chapter 1. Like, yeah. That's true. Yeah.
A man said, "Chapter 1, trust me, it's gonna change your mind."
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well,
One
that
of the
was.
reasons. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, I would go ahead.
I don't know. One of the reasons I'm still like a theist, though. Like obviously I accept evolution. I'm not gonna sit here and say like, oh yeah, other crazy things. But I don't know. The reason I'm still a theist is because I just don't understand how like evolution accounts for, I don't know, us finding like pleasure in doing mathematics, us liking music. Like I don't know. There's many things, and like sure is the evidence that there's probably some explanation that science has just yet to solve, and like maybe in 200 years there'll be a good explanation. Sure, like of course that's that's the empirical data. That's probably the thing that's going to be, but I don't know. I just feel like there's something more there to like why we seek truth, why there's um this weird consciousness that we can't seem to understand. I don't know. I just feel like there's a little more there, but again, the evidence shows that that's probably going to be a scientific explanation, and I say yeah, sure, but I don't know. Am I silly for thinking maybe it's God that explains it? Maybe, but
Well, the desire for religiosity is certainly innate, right? Human beings are probably predispositioned to be religious, right? Due to evolutionary pressures. It's probably a helpful mechanism. But you know, religion also brings with it a lot of atrocities. So we typically hope to try to minimize those.
I mean, I guess in my perspective, when humans want
Take is that relativity essentially resolves the story of creation and the concept of evolution. I mean, okay, the story of creation is like, oh, this happened in 7 days, which is baloney. But if we think of God as being a giant, far out there figure, relativity would say that okay, maybe a day to God would be 7 million years down here or 7 billion years down here, on Earth.
Yeah.
As a super wild and radical thought.
James, I think.
well,
was
typically
saying,
what the theist wants to say, typically the theist doesn't want to like try to make any absurd claims like that. Like typically what theists just say is, okay, there's, the Bible isn't supposed to be the scientific textbook. People had to interpret things differently back then. Like I don't know, something along the lines of that. But I haven't met any theist that tries to like rationalize it somehow by using theories of time and stuff. It just doesn't make sense.
That's what I do. It's I think if you think as if we, okay, it sounds very silly, but if you consider heaven a faraway place that can act upon Earth, to create life and planets and all this other stuff. There's nothing that says, okay, maybe a day to someone far away is I mean, it makes sense that a day to someone else far away would be like a million billion years to us locally.
Well, there's a problem with that. Go ahead, Bobby.
The arbitration of that is silly from the start. If the objective the objective is to obfuscate from specificity and instead go towards poetry, right? Where you can no longer be critiqued. So the point is that the Bible gave us a specific time frame with specific statements of night and day and blah blah blah, right? And that didn't happen, right? That clearly didn't happen.
Yeah.
All the evidence says it didn't happen. So the theologians need to make that still fit within the works that they, or within their, position. And in order to make that work, you have to take the position of, well, it's poetic, right? It doesn't mean what it says it means. And so they just point out things like, well, a day is though 1,000 years, but they obviously don't mean 1,000, because that would just mean that it took 6,000 years for the creation. So they obviously don't mean that. They don't mean 1,000,000. They don't mean 1,000,000,000, because the universe isn't 6 billion years old. It's 13.5 billion years old, right? So the point is that there is no valid interpretation of it other than a non-interpretation of it. That's the valid interpretation for the theist now, is to obfuscate and say it did not have any meaning of trying to prescribe a specificity to the creation, right?
So that's an interesting point that comes up in the play, and I assume also the movie. The defense attorney puts the prosecuting attorney on the witness stand as a quote-unquote expert on the Bible, and pretty much not convinces him, but forces him to say, well, okay, the length of a day is probably an indeterminate length of time, and challenging this guy's faith, where what the problem is that people at this time want to take the Bible completely literally as fact. And so he keeps saying, the Bible says it was a day, and then it's like, well, how do you know it was a day? The sun wasn't created until the fourth day. And it makes him flustered, and it's very interesting, very good. It's that.
Yeah. Let's see.
Silly, whimsical musings. I mean, if God said, "Let there be light," how is that not the Big Bang? I mean, that just kind of clicks in my noggin.
Yeah. Hey man, I'm in a heated debate against a Zionist friend. He is justifying the entirety of Israel's actions. Care to help?
I have had too much wine to think about this.
Everyone, except for maybe people in Israel, everyone thinks Israel has went too far. Everyone thinks that. Like, you can't hold a position of these people are not allowed to have a country. These people are not allowed to be citizens. These people are not allowed to do whatever, right? And Israel's recent statements of every mother of Israel that weeps, 1,000 Lebanese mothers must weep, or the various rhetoric of the various generals that state that everyone, all the Muslims in the region need to be exterminated and eradicated. Like, these are not the kinds of words you use for a country, quote unquote, defending itself. These are the words of a incredibly racist country that is attempting to try to justify themselves on the world stage. And honestly, if Netanyahu and Trump were not, gay partners, right, then we probably would have like a different, it'd be a different thing going on, right? But instead, we have like the weirdest fucked up shit going on right now. So, yeah, Israel has went too far. I personally don't understand the position of the people of Israel, because I was under the impression several years ago that the majority of the people of Israel, they were against doing things like arbitrarily attacking people in Lebanon or eradicating the people in Gaza or whatever the fuck it is that's going on, right? But that appears to have shifted like there appears to be poll after poll after poll that shows like the majority of Israel is like perfectly fine with the Israeli military carrying out pretty horrific actions, right? So I don't know, man. The world's a fucked up place.
There's there's still a sizable population in the country that does not like what Israel is doing. Like I think Bibi is slowly losing popularity.
Maybe, but he's not a war criminal in their own country. And I thought the latest poll I saw was that it was like a question of are the attacks on Lebanon justified? And it was something like there was 90% support from Israeli citizens. And I was like, 90 fucking support? Like, fuck, man. Like, Jesus, that's insane. That's pretty high. So yes, there are people protesting against Israel in Israel, right? But it's not like 50-50 or something. It's not like Republicans versus Democrats. I think
well, fuck me, that's not 50-50 either, though, Bobby, to be fair. And it's just you get a lot of people on the left who are just too, like, fucking, what's the word I'm looking for? Not motivated to vote.
Yeah.
I have a hard time buying that fucking 90%, though. Like, I'd expect that from, like, look how popular Putin is. You know what I mean? Like, it's...
Yeah, it
doesn't sound right to me.
Maybe I read a biased website or something. I don't know, but maybe I got to do more research. I remember reading that poll of 90%, and I was like, God, that is way too high.
It obviously it can be possible. This is just my personal skepticism, and I think just given the actions of the government and how long they have been doing what they're doing, I could certainly understand initially people being pretty gung-ho, but not so much now. I really do have a hard time kind of just swallowing that. I don't know what the religiosity is of the population there. I could see that playing a part, perhaps, but I don't know if it would account for that much of apparently a consensus from the population. I just find that wild at this point.
Yeah. Well, they're mostly Judaism and Christianity, right? There's
a large Islamic population in Israel as well.
Yeah, there is some Palestinian people that are citizens of Israel, but I'm fairly confident it's not the majority, right? And Israel won't allow
Judaism is the majority.
Yeah, Israel won't allow any of the citizens, right? Like what?
Allow them to do what?
Allow them to be citizens, or allow them to have their own country. So the point is there's two options, right? When there's a country that you're fighting, you either let them be their own country, or you take their territory as part of your country, and they become like a state, right? And then they can apply for stateship or something. But Israel won't allow either of those. Israel will not allow Gaza to become like a state of Israel, and they will not allow them to be their own country either. And so like this is like a catch-22. Like they won't allow either of them. And
two things I want to say about that is I think the Palestinian population inside of Israel might shock you, because being probably not as big as one would hope, but also bigger than one might expect. And the second thing is that it's very wild to me about the shift Israel has had in like the last 20 years, because you get prime ministers like Ehud Barak and Ehud Olmert who like wanted to give up so much land to create a Palestinian state, and then everything just fell through. Because it's not that Israel has never wanted a Palestinian state to be formed. It's that it's somewhat been rejected over the years. but Ehud Barak and Ehud Olmert were pretty chief architects in trying to make a Palestinian state work, and then it being rejected. Oh gosh, the chat is filling up now that we have stopped talking about math.
Has it? I'll have to look. Yeah, so I love I love the AI. The overall backing ranges from 26% to 93%. Thanks, AI. That tells me shit balls, you know. So anyway, apparently surveys are at approximately 60% to end the war in Gaza. 82% support active military targeting in Iran. 64 to 89% support continued operations in Hezbollah and Lebanon. So you might be able to say the majority, slightly over majority, are against the continuation against the people of Gaza, but the majority of Israeli people are fully on board with a war with Iran and Lebanon, right? So that seems to be the demographic of the country.
Man, a little anecdote here. Like, I didn't realize how passive people were to the information they consume. At least like my family, and people in the South. Like my dad, I remember whenever they first struck Israel. When they first struck Iran, my dad was like, "Oh yeah, go USA." I'm like, this is exactly why I didn't want anybody to vote for Trump, because I knew this would. I literally I text all my friends back in like January, like, watch, before summer we're gonna send bombs to Iran and nobody believed me. And even back in November, I was telling people, yeah, like if we vote Trump, most likely it's gonna be a new war in Iran. Nobody really believed me, and then of course the war started. And my dad was like, "Oh yeah, support America, yeah, kill them," and I'm like, you just don't even know what you're saying.
It's it's wild because Trump was desperately trying to start a war with Iran in his first term. Do you remember that? That was nuts when he was antagonizing on fucking Twitter, threatening to level World Heritage sites in Iran. It was fucking insane. It's a fucking belligerent toddler.
I will provide perhaps a very niche and unique perspective. As a Jewish person, when I found out that Ali Khamenei was killed, it felt like Hitler #2 died. And now we've kind of been in this war for so long that it just feels long in the tooth, you know? It started out seeming like it was going to be, quick and easy, but obviously that was never going to be the case.
Iran has literally no reason to give one iota of a shit about Trump. They literally have a game plan to generate billions of dollars in wealth, pirating the international waters there, right? So they have no reason to even remotely settle with Trump, because there's no way that this is their gamble. There's no fucking way Trump is going to send United States military into Iran, right?
I hope not. I got friends that would have to go.
I know. So, but the point is that if that isn't going to happen, like if that's a sure thing, then Iran never has a reason to give a shit. All these missiles flying back and forth, they don't care. What was it? We blew up that bridge. They rebuilt it in like a day or two. It was like, probably just as a fuck you to Trump, right? Like, shoot it again, man. It's
so. Yeah.
Iran only has one thing to do: fuck over Trump, make him the best piece of shit known to man, pirate the Strait of Hormuz. They'll make all the money that they need. They don't need to sell oil. They can just pirate money from vessels that want to go by. And if nothing is done for several years, Trump will be kicked out of office, and then you'll have a Democrat who wants to lower tensions. And what is going to be the deal then? Iran will agree to actually talk to someone that's not a perpetual child and liar, and they'll actually reach some agreement, which will probably be some fucking shitload of money like Trump tried to do, like, well, we'll pay you $500 billion over the next 10 years or whatever. And Iran will be like, yeah, sure. But basically, the United States is going to fork over the entire money for all of the piracy for the next 10 years. Like, it's a prepayment for 10 years of piracy. And it's just fucking stupid. It's like the most insane thing ever. Like, how else can you resolve this? How else does it get resolved? I don't know.
Well, so what I think is going to happen is, I don't know. I've been trying to kind of keep up with the way they're attacking it. They seem to be attacking like the railroads. I think they're just going to have to take brute force, take the islands, like set up shop, force Iran to. Obviously, you can't go to Iran and send troops there, but I think what he's just going to have to do is just take the strait by force. That's really the only way I see it, but. Yeah, we'll see. I could be wrong, but that's my prediction.
I think Trump pulling out of Obama's Iran deal was one of the top 5 dumbest foreign policy decisions ever made, period.
Yeah.
Like, we had a deal. It was more or less working. Pulling out was insanely dumb, and he did it for vanity's sake, because he's like, does this have Obama's name on it? We gotta undo that. That's got Obama's name on it. Like, fucking idiot child orange.
I know. Yeah, it's so sad. We had an actual deal with the country that we didn't want to have nukes. They were happy. They were getting nuclear power plants. We had inspectors. They were in on the United Nations meetings. They things were going. He could have renegotiated the deal. He could have talked it through. He could have added more stipulations. This is the problem. Trump is a fucking idiot, and he doesn't know anything. And he doesn't like people telling him shit or making him feel stupid. So he doesn't want any advisors that know more about world politics than him, because he's not going to listen to them. He doesn't want someone coming in and being like, well, here's the renegotiation strategy we should do. I'll contact this person and blah, blah, blah. No, he just wants to say, you tell them if they don't do the thing, they're fired. That's all he cares about. And it's like, my God, man. Like, that isn't going, you don't just say you're fired to people that aren't even working for you. It doesn't make any fucking sense. You know? Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, this, my mom, she likes to ask me about the politics that's going on, because she's been following politics ever since Obama got in office, right? And she was saying what Trump did by ripping up the deal, that was probably Obama's greatest foreign achievements, like especially against Iran. Like that the relationship between Iran and the U.S. Yeah, it's shit.
Yeah.
Obama doing that, getting an actual deal, that's like unbelievable. And now you got you got Trump.
Yeah, he sat down and talked to people and, said, well, what do you want or what do you need? Everyone just wants peace.
Dozens and dozens. That's like dozens of negotiations that Obama had to do. Had to get everyone to sit down and be like, okay, this is why we're going to do this. And everyone actually said, you know what? That's a good plan. That's probably won't happen. I don't even think that's going to happen in the next, whoever's president next, I feel so bad for them. The shit that they got to fix. Because I don't think, I'm not going to say that it's not fixable, but the trust, what Trump did, right? Well, not that it's Trump did, I'm not going to lie. This is not even, okay, there's Trump, right? But then we got to also shift the blame to people like ourselves, right? We re-elected this guy.
I
Like,
did it.
I mean, of course, I don't think anyone, in this, in this
I
unit.
didn't vote, so.
Wait,
What?
Okay,
You didn't vote.
you should vote.
Bruh,
You should-
vote. Go vote.
Yeah.
If you,
Well,
if
now-
you didn't
anyone-
vote, you handed a vote to Trump.
Now you know to vote, right?
Yeah,
But we're
yeah.
not
If-
gonna do that shit again, right?
Yeah. Okay. If anyone, okay, this is for anyone who's listening to this, right? If you didn't vote last election and you are able to vote, get your ass out of the bed and go vote,
Yes.
because there's no way. Like, we can't
Yeah,
have this.
go vote.
But
Like-
can I say something though?
Go ahead.
So the whole voting thing, I don't believe me voting for a president is gonna change anything. But in a local level, for like local government, yes, I vote. But in the grand scheme of things, when it comes to the president, I don't think my vote carries significant amount of weight because I can vote for my local politicians, which will affect me locally and change the laws locally.
If
You
what
should still be voting for
no,
presidents.
no, hang on. This is so easily defeated. If what you said was true, why would they spend billions of dollars trying to get your vote or get you to not
Well,
vote, which is really what
hold on,
Republicans
hold on.
do, right?
That's,
Yeah, that's,
yeah, you're right.
no,
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
Hold on.
But that's how I
besides
see
the
it.
point.
You know, maybe I'm wrong
hold on.
though.
That doesn't work with the last election. You can't use that bullshit excuse in the last election. Like, you have to have been living under a rock or with your head in your ass. If you think it was just like a normal, they can't do the votes the same. It was absolutely not that. Absolutely, it was critical that people removed their heads from their asses and engaged in the politics because the system exists whether you like it or not. It absolutely fucking matters that you go out and fucking vote. God damn.
Yeah, you do have to vote. That's why we should make it so in Australia, it's a law. You have to vote. And if you don't vote, you get a ticket. So it's like $15 or something. But that little motivation of like, well, you got to pay $15 if you don't vote, right? And they made voting a national holiday. So since no one can work on that day, then you have no
America
excuse
should
to
do that.
vote. Right? If you did those two things, holiday and you get a ticket, everyone would fucking vote. Like, yeah.
I just think it's crazy how we kind of made like Canada an enemy, almost like an enemy.
I know.
And that's
it's
our
so dumb.
allies since like day one.
Yeah, it doesn't make any
It's
sense.
impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's impressive. Like, what?
It's
We're
only
fucking
for
over Canada now.
I know, it's only for narcissistic reasons. There's no logic to this whatsoever. It's only for, they didn't kiss my ass. The last time we had a meeting, I talked about making them part of the country, and they were like, yeah, that sounds really stupid, let's not talk about that anymore. And I felt offended that they wouldn't, become the 51st state. Like, and to be honest, I mean, just think about it for sheer shits and giggles. Do you think the 51st state would even fucking vote for you, you narcissist? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, why would he even joke about this shit? Why would he treat Canada this way? It makes no sense.
You've answered your own question
same
there,
reason.
narcissist.
Yeah.
It's the same reason Republicans don't want Puerto Rico to become a state.
Well, Puerto Rico
'Cause
voted
they
that
know-
they didn't want to be a state.
That's so valid. I didn't know that they voted that way. That's funny.
Yeah. So
Good on them.
if they decided we don't want to be a state, we just want to be a territory, I don't think we should make them be a state. Do you think so? I don't think we should.
That's true. Is that the case with the other territories, U.S. territories, or just Puerto Rico?
I believe so. Like, the only reason Hawaii became a state was because they voted for it, right?
Oh, okay.
Now, some might say they voted for it at gunpoint or something,
Yeah,
but
fair enough, fair
there was a world war going on or whatnot. Or pre-World War, I should say. Let's see. That's thought fallacy. People look at their individuality and think that they don't carry weight, but then enough people think that and together they fail. Okay. Oh, you're talking about voting. I got you. Views on dimensional ontology. Dimensional ontology. I don't know. knowledge has dimensions. No. If you mean like space-time dimensions, like my brain exists in space-time, so ontology exists in space-time, sure, that seems fine.
Literally, I spent like 10 minutes scrubbing a plate, and then you just tell me to throw it out.
LOL.
Sorry.
I only think in 6-7 dimensions.
6-7 dimensions. I gotcha. Good meme.
How much dimension do you think Trump thinks in?
Freaking 1.5.
1.5. We all wish he had at least one dimension he could think in. Why can't academics run the country? Genuine question, like Neil deGrasse Tyson. Well, first of all, academics do run a lot of academic parts of the country. For example, Neil deGrasse Tyson has sat on multiple different boards. For example, he is the one that proposed, advocated, and got passed that Pluto is no longer a planet, right? So, if we're upset about that, we all know who to blame, right? And he says so. He is the man to blame, right? The same thing goes with other stuff too. Like, who's the head of the CDC? It's someone with a PhD in virology who has 100 research papers. Who's, the head of, various departments? It's typically academics and well-respecting people. Over the last 2 years, though, all those people have been removed, destroyed, or forgotten, or fired for no reason whatsoever. And instead, literal clowns have been placed in their stead. Like people that literally, paint their face, put on the fucking things, do the hair. Like, these are just crazy people. And so, yeah, I agree right now. Why the fuck don't we have any academic leaders? Well, because America voted for a circus. So we have to live with a circus for 4 years. There are consequences to voting, right? And the consequences are we have this shit for 4 years. That's what it is.
There's also consequences to not voting.
Yes, there's consequences to not voting too. Yes, there are consequences to not voting.
Now, I think one of the most diabolical things that I heard, right? That I was talking to some guy, right? And he's okay with voting, right? It's crazy. He said that he wanted to vote for Trump, right? That he's gonna vote for Trump because he think it will make things more interesting.
Oh God,
that is stupid.
That's I'm like, and when he said that, I'm like, after he said that, right? I'm like, okay, then there's really no point into talking to someone like you. I mean, no offense, but it's like that's just I don't even know what to say. Like what do you? It would be more interesting. Okay, I guess sure, it is interesting, but is it good? No, I mean, in my opinion, it's not. But there's some people that you just can't, it sucks that, it's like you can't.
That sounds crazy, right? Sorry, it sounds like somebody who just like maybe they don't even fucking know why they voted. Like maybe they're swept up in the shit and they just don't know. I don't know. That sounds like a wild thing to say.
Yeah.
It is, and I'm like, the way I see it, right? I kind of, I don't know, you guys, watch anime here and there, right? It's something that something that I take, a grain of salt. I think it was exactly what from like specifically Dragon Ball Z. I think an Android 16, right, was like talking to Gohan, right? And he was saying like, look, sometimes there's just some things that like you want to talk peace here and there, right? And there's some people who do unreasonable things, and there's just no negotiation.
Yep.
At that point when he said that, right? When he said that, I don't vote for Trump because it'll be interesting. It's like, damn.
Yeah.
What can you say about that? And it's crazy because the way I see it, right? If one person thinks like that, a couple of people think like that. And I'm like, holy shit, we are in trouble.
Yeah. Just to point out, though, the Republicans over decades have pushed for media, social media, advertisements, and various organizations that attempt to marginalize voting. This includes trying to convince people that all sides are the same, everyone lies, all politicians are evil, your vote doesn't matter, there is no point in voting. Like, this is literally part of the Republican agenda. They've done it multiple times over decades. And the reason, of course, is because they're the minority position. So in general, anyone that seriously considers their position typically goes, oh yeah, that I don't agree with that. And so most of the party's positions are typically not supported by the majority. And so there's a benefit gained in reducing the margins, right? And so there's an active consideration to reduce the margins, right? This is why, for example, let's say someone in the Green Party or something, you know, they don't file their paperwork or whatever, and so they didn't make it onto the ballot, right? The Republican Party will go out of their way to campaign for the Green Party person to get them on the fucking ballot in order to just split the votes more, right? That's literal. They literally fight for that to try to reduce the voting, you know? Anyway, the Republican Party engages in a lot of voter suppression. It's literally their MO.
So should one, so let's say I didn't agree with the Republican Party or Trump. So should I have voted for Kamala Harris or as an independent?
Yes.
Yes.
You absolutely should have voted
Kamala
for
Harris. Yes, of course.
Okay.
Here, look, Kamala Harris is, you could consider it a plain salad. Shit, she is just a bowl of lettuce. That's all she is. And you're like, you know,
Okay.
I hate just eating lettuce because, you know, I'm not a cow
That's
or
true.
whatever, right?
Yes.
But the other thing was a bowl of fucking shit. No, you vote for the lettuce. Maybe you wanted pizza, but all you had was lettuce. That's all you had available to you. It was lettuce or shit. Those are the two. So you have to vote for the lettuce.
Fair enough.
I would rather eat a bowl of lettuce than a bowl of shit.
Yeah, I
Fair
know.
enough.
That's what everyone was thinking. Everyone was like, "What the
Well,
shit?"
I mean, what about? Well, like, it depends. Is it the diarrhea lettuce?
It doesn't matter. It fucking doesn't matter.
I don't think it would matter.
LMAO.
It's not a bowl of shit. That's the main.
It's not a bowl of shit. Yeah.
But
It's like-
but you're still like either way you're still getting fucked because
No,
if you
you're
eat
not.
the shit
Stop.
you get
Stop.
sick, but if you eat the diarrhea lettuce you got diarrhea.
Fuck no.
But look,
Rinse that
if
lettuce.
Harris won, we don't go to war with Iran. We don't have all these national security concerns, if you would say, you know. So
We don't have ICE murdering people in the fucking streets.
we don't have
Yes.
these Jews, and
We also
it's essentially
have
what's going on.
we have literally laws going into place to prevent price gouging. We literally have taxes going up on the very wealthy. We have border security being increased, you know, with actual judges. We have a streamlined process for immigration reform coming into effect.
Correct.
We would have
Correct.
$10,000 for first home buyers. We would double the child tax credit. Like, there was so much shit that would have
Yeah.
cost literally 10% of what this fucking regime has spent on blowing people up, and we would have had all of that, right? But instead we were like, you know what? Let's go with the narcissist. The
Let's go
guy
with the
that's
fucking-
literally been convicted. I shouldn't say convicted. The guy that's literally been adjudicated as a goddamn rapist. Let's put that guy back into office.
I want to rewind. What did you have to say about Jews in office, bud?
Jews? Did I say Jews?
Yeah, no, not
Huh?
you, but someone
No.
else in chat.
No, I just said we wouldn't have all these problems with the Jewish state and what's going on right now, essentially.
Yeah, I
Some
thought he was
Well,
I thought he was referencing Israel, right?
Yeah,
I
literally.
didn't, hear,
that's what
I didn't
mean.
hear Israel. I heard we wouldn't have all these Jews, and I'm like, be careful.
No, essentially what's going on with Israel. That's what I meant. But and then we would
Okay.
have
But be careful when
we
you
would
say
have
that.
research. We would have research funding. They defunded research
Yes.
funding. That's another big
I
problem.
guarantee you
Yes.
it wasn't the Jews that defunded that.
No,
Well, that's
it's the
not what
Trump
I was stating.
administration.
Yeah, that was the Trump administration. That's what I was stating. Yeah. That's another big thing.
Yeah,
Research. They defunded research funding.
I didn't hear what you guys heard. To me, it sounded like he was making a benign claim. If anything, referencing
Yeah, I heard that too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if
I was thinking
anything,
of
there
the
was
state
it
of
was
Israel.
simply a reference to the amount of Jewish influence that American politics has. We have multiple
Correct, yeah.
Israeli organizations spending billions of dollars that shit, like, holy shit. Who do you think wrote the document to try to merge the Israeli and American, military together? Like, you think that was like Trump just thought of that? Like, no,
Yeah,
of course
correct.
not, right?
Yeah.
Like, we have so much political influence from various Israeli organizations in the United States. It's too much influence, and we also have
I
a
agree. I hear what you're saying,
yeah.
but I would make a more sharply distinct difference between saying Jewish influence and Israeli influence, or this turns into a Nick Fuentes discussion really quickly.
No, it doesn't, because we're all
No.
aware of what's being discussed.
But 80%.
right?
All Nick Fuentes
80%.
preaches is Jewish influence.
Yeah, but the hang on. If Hitler has been known to say the phrase, right, sunsets are beautiful. So do we go, oh shit, none of us can say sunsets are beautiful? No, that's not how words work, right? The people in Israel are Jewish people. That I just pulled up the stat. It's 73%
Right, yeah.
Jewish, right?
Yeah.
And so talking about Jewish influence is the same as talking about the country of Israel. We're talking about the political influence that these people do in the United States with multiple organizations, right? There's what is the name of the organization that does all the funding? Isn't it like
APAC.
CPAC,
Yeah, AIPAC.
right? Thank you.
AIPAC.
It's a
Whatever, yeah, APAC.
CPAC organization. Like,
It's
is it not
AIPAC.
known that this is a Jewish organization that influences politics in the United States? Of course it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, no one's stating all Jews are bad or.
No.
Yeah, no one's
Here's
saying
the-
that. No
here's
one's saying
the
that.
crazy nuke I'm gonna drop. I'm pro APAC, mostly pro Israel.
Oh
Could you
no.
explain
I don't-
your? Could you explain your view on that, possibly?
From which starting point?
Whatever you think
Well-
explains what you just said, I guess.
Yeah,
exactly.
whatever you'd like to present, man.
Yeah.
I do not believe that there is a there is a large idea that there's a lot of quote unquote Jewish influence in politics. Yeah, Israel gives a lot of money, but saying that this money represents Jewish influence is not exactly accurate. Because hey, I'm an American. Does a South American Jew support AIPAC? Does an African Jew support AIPAC? I don't know. Maybe, but I think the label of Jewish influence as some sort of monolith is unproductive and not exactly. Well, I don't want to say not exactly productive because that's the same as saying it's unproductive, but
Mhm.
I'm not
So,
comfy
like-
with that.
But would
I
you
also-
admit there is Jewish influence in American politics?
I mean,
and
I think
American-
you'd be hard pressed to find that 0.02% of the global population has any bearing on your everyday life, even if they are
That's sort of
having
relevant.
overrepresentation
Oh, no.
in American politics. I also want to state that I do not like the Netanyahu government.
Sure.
I think what they're doing is wrong.
Hang on.
I
hang on.
think they've
Let-
gone
let's just-
too far.
Let's just make sure we have our bearings in order, right? What is the number one country to receive military aid or financial benefits from the United States in the entire world for all time?
Is it Israel? Look it up.
Israel. Yes,
It
it's
is Israel.
100% Israel. It is 100%
Literally.
Israel.
Google. Tell me what the AI says.
Sure.
Okay, let's not rely on AI first of all.
In the entirety of the funding that we give some other people more money.
Who's the other people?
I'm not sure
Israel.
if
Israel is the #1 country that the United States has given the most cumulative military aid of all time since World War II. The U.S. has provided Israel over $250 billion in total military assistance, adjusted for inflation. Tens of billions more in missile defense funding separately, I guess.
Good.
The breakdown
I like
recipients. The second highest country is half of what Israel has been given, right? At 113 billion, probably because we also blew up their country, and so we are spending money rebuilding their country. We never blew up Israel. This was all top of the line military support given to them to blow up everyone else in the Middle East, right? So like countries we've been to war with, we helped repair, which is standard by United Nations standards, right? But Israel, that we've given them literally frickin' everything we've ever had, right? Military dominance. Unlike other nations where aid is a mix of food, healthcare, and economic support, nearly 100% of modern U.S. aid to Israel is military hardware and weapons. So, like, we don't help them with their food or their healthcare or their economics. We literally supply them with pure military force. That is what Israel is given by the United States, and we do it in boatloads. A fucking giant chunk of our military is spent on Israel alone, right? So anyway, this is the standard stat everyone knows. And if you think that Israel is not like somehow directly involved with or talking with or has PACs or lobbying or whatever 24/7 inside of Congress and shit, of course they are.
They have to
They have all of these registered things, right? Like we can just look up number of Israeli lobbying I don't know what you call it, lobbying organizations.
Zombo, are you a Jew or a Zionist?
Both.
Let's see. AIPAC focuses heavily. Christian United for Israel, J Street PAC, Republican Jewish Coalition, the Zionist Organization of America, and I guess there's even more. These are open, right? Israeli Partnership, 6.5 million members of the AIPAC, the AIPAC. Pro-Israel lobbying, open secrets. Israel lobby in the United States. Yep. Pro-Israel lobby, blah, blah, blah.
I'm not saying I like everything that Israel does, but I'm not saying I'm opposed to the country.
So
I mean, that's fine.
In general, right? If you're advocating for the standard things of, hey, I think people should be allowed to defend themselves. Okay, sure. Hey, I think that, the people of Israel are, many of them are good people that just want the same thing as everyone else. They want to, have a family and kids and work and whatever, blah, blah, blah. Sure. Okay. Yeah, fine. Or if you're also against people that are like, fucking Nazis, right? And they're advocating for like, the people of Israel are like the scum of the earth or whatever. Yeah, of course, you're against those people, right? The point is that if you're taking all these benign statements and you're like, I'm for these benign statements. Well, I'm for those exact same benign statements if you're Vietnamese, Korean, Israel, Gazan, like those don't mean anything, right? The question is, what do you do with the things above the standard things? Like, no one's saying Israel shouldn't be a country. We're asking, do you think it's okay when Israel says, hey, we should blow the fuck out of Lebanon, and we need to make sure that 10 mothers cry over their dead children every time one Israeli mother cries? Like, do you think that that's an appropriate thing to say, or that
So I'll
it's,
say,
you know?
I'll say two things. One, there is a rapidly growing sentiment that Israel should not be a country. But number two, I think the statement of for every one Israeli mother, 10 Lebanese mothers should cry is fucking terrible.
Yeah.
Fucking
good.
Awful.
Then you agree with literally the most recent statements from Israel, right? You disagree with them.
The only people I think are worth hating more than Netanyahu are the two absolute insane animalistic radicals below him, which are Ben Gvir and Smotrich.
Yeah.
Like, those people, like, he only did that because he wanted to maintain power obsessively. He didn't want to be friends with him, but he's like, if I can be president and avoid jail, or prime minister and avoid jail like Trump, I will absolutely make a deal with these devils to stay out of jail.
What do you think
And
about
it's
what do you
called-
think what do you think about Netanyahu being convicted in international court? And in theory, if he steps foot in an international country, he's supposed to be arrested, right?
But they don't recognize the international court, the United States. And
I know the
that's
United States doesn't
problem, you know?
recognize it.
I
I'm just
mean, you have Zoran Mamdani, who has said that he will arrest Netanyahu. He wanted to
He doesn't
arrest
have the power.
Netanyahu. We know he doesn't have the power, but he said that was something. But like at the beginning of his his officeness of May, at the beginning of his term in office, he stated that he would look into seeing if he could arrest Netanyahu because he is a war criminal.
But isn't that kind of ironic?
So I'm not
That,
saying I'm not saying the international court is a great thing or anything. I'm just saying that we literally have someone like Netanyahu being invited and prancing around inside of the White House in the United States. No other president would be doing that, right? I mean, no other president would be treating this person that way.
I personally, I would charge Netanyahu with ethnic cleansing and think that he should be arrested, given the country that he walks into can arrest him.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, you're at least logical. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
so
good.
I get a little more nuanced if we want to go there, but I
Sure.
think that he's committing an ethnic cleansing at this point because it's gone on too long. We have all the hostages back. All the Israelis were like, get us the hostages back and we're good. And he got all the hostages back, whether they were dead or alive. And it should have, tapered off from there. It should have just stopped,
Sure.
after we got back hostages.
So the main point is, right, it seemed like you wanted to give some pushback about the concerns that like United States citizens should have over the political influence of Israel and their lobbying, as well as our military resources being spent on Israel in such extravagant amounts, right? As well as, the way in which we're treating the entire Middle East, ordeal, right? But it appears with a little bit of talking about it that you're probably on the same page as everyone else, right? It seems like we're on the same page.
I want to believe. Hold on, I'm eating a PB&J. My apologies.
Oh, no worries.
I want to believe that I am on the same page, but I have made, as goofy as a data collecting standpoint as it sounds, I have made a lot of, let's say, threads on threads, and I've been violently opposed to
Are you an
whatever
American
I have
citizen?
to say. Huh?
Are you an American citizen? I just have to ask.
Oh yeah,
Oh, okay.
I'm from
Just making-
Texas.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what you're alluding to. I'm
Well,
sorry.
what I'm alluding to is that I want to feel like I'm on the same page, but I feel like people to my left and my right want a fundamentally worse outcome for Israel than I'm willing to accept.
What do you think people are advocating for?
A complete wiping out of Israel and its population straight off the map.
Hold on,
Who
hold
has ever advocated for that? Like,
who do you think I could screenshot so many people?
You know, that's fine. I'm gonna have
But
to
why
answer
were
the
they
things happening
kicked out of
Nazi types,
100
right?
plus countries? That's another thing.
That's that is a debunked bullshit lie.
So this feels like one of these comparisons where on the right you have literally tweets by Trump and organizations like AIPAC and prominent leaders making particular decisions, like the literal words of Netanyahu himself, blah blah blah. So on the one side you have very clear, like, this is what's happening and it's fucked up and bullshit. And on the other side, it sounds like you went dumpster diving into the sewers and you found tweets from random schmo Joe. Like, I've never heard of anyone ever advocating for the complete eradication of Israel. Ever. Unless you're a fucking neo-Nazi.
I'm saying I will get like 900 likes and maybe 2,000 comments, and the 2,000 comments will be like, "You're the genocide lover, Jew scum. I hope you all die." Like, that's literally one that I just pulled up.
Yeah, but that's a random schmojo. You have random schmojo comment, and that's affecting your particular concern. Like, let me go back to what I said. I asked you if we were on the same page about the concern that Americans should have over the military, integration and support the United States has provided Israel, along with the particular usages of that military that Israel has been done. And instead of saying, yeah, I'm in agreement with those, you pull out Schmo Joe comments out of left field that no one's at, like, what? Like, how's that fucking related?
Okay. Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. I think so. I know I was talking about this with, I guess he goes by ZZZ in the Discord.
Okay.
I'm more on the side of I need to see how this goes with time, rather than openly being opposed or pro integration. I do agree with the analogy that it could be some sort of albatross or whatever the horse is that brings in the bad things. But I given the overall track record, I am not necessarily against being, I mean, to me it sounds like, okay, Israel makes some new toys. They tell us what toys we're making. We make new toys. We tell them what toys we're making. And then we exchange the information. And maybe this leads to a better defense or an unfortunate, increase in death of people. Like, I
I'm not like I think it's been sensationalized that people think that our military integration means we're going to be taking orders from Israel. This is not true. But I think we're going to be exchanging military secrets.
No,
So we should build Israel's military. Essentially,
No.
that's what you're saying. And keep giving
No.
them money.
No one is saying that we know the effects of what's going to happen with the specific integration policy that you're
Exactly.
prescribing. What people have pointed out is what the terminology in the contracts suggest, which is, for example, unilateral executive power to be able to move funds into Israeli military. That seems to be one of the stipulations of the agreement, is that ability. This would mean that the president would be able to bypass congressional oversight in being able to fund more military campaigns with Israel, right? That now, is that going to happen? Who knows, right? But a stance of, well, let's see what happens when the actual verbatim verbiage is being displayed, that makes no freaking sense, man. Like, everyone is reading the words and going, hey, these words say kind of some fucked up shit. You don't sit back and go, well, let's wait to see if he actually does the crazy thing the words say. That's not how reasoning works, right?
Yeah, correct.
Bobby.
I don't want to say it's completely devoid of the subject of reasoning, but I think it is kind of crazy if you look at it from the other side.
I think we should move on.
I don't. It's a being a Jewish American. It's a very emotional think about these sort of things. It's like, well, okay, the majority of the world is very angry at the fact of how, or very angry with the closeness of the relationship that we have with Israel. What side do I want to be on? I could not tell you. I could not tell you at this present time. I want to say that maybe it will end up being more beneficial than detrimental, but I literally do not know. The language could be crazy.
No.
Do you know
but
which tribe you are?
What?
Your Jewish tribe.
What tribe?
Yeah.
No one knows what specific tribe they're from. I mean, I could give you, DNA reports from Columbia, Harvard, and multiple other resources that'll tell you that, Ashkenazi Jews do also have a tie to the Middle East, but I don't know what tribe I'm from. No one really thinks from that perspective.
I don't know why that
Who
would
are
be
you loyal
relevant.
to?
That's
Put it that
completely
way.
that's completely irrelevant. I don't know why that's relevant.
Yeah, I don't know what that. Yeah, that's completely irrelevant. I don't know why that was being asked.
I don't understand your point, man. It sounds like you're unwilling to take stances that seem fairly obvious. Like, again, I'm just being very specific. Like, do you think that the United States has invested too much military in Israel over the last, 70 years, right? Like, that's a very simple question.
I can
right?
I can answer that right now. No.
Oh, see, and I would completely disagree with you, right? I think
That's
the United
okay.
States.
That's fine.
Yeah. So what is your reason for thinking that the United States should be funding Israel's campaigns, right, in the Middle East?
Yeah. What is it?
I think when Israel takes a more defensive approach, it is more appropriate. So throughout history, it's been a lot of defense, and because our involvement in Israel has significantly contributed to its continued existence, I personally like the fact that there is still a Jewish state in 2026.
Why don't you think that Israel should have to negotiate with their own neighbors instead of the United States stepping in
They
with
should,
military?
and they've tried. It has been the bane of multiple presidents and prime ministers to negotiate with their neighbors, and
you don't think you don't think that
What?
there was a you don't think that there was a repeated violation on Israel's part with many of these
I
negotiations?
think you could pinpoint a repeated violation on either side, like within if you look at Ehud Barak's attempts, Ehud Olmer's attempts. Usually, I know.
Who ended up with more land at the end of these negotiations? Israel or the people negotiating with Israel?
Israel, but who gave up more land? Also Israel. We didn't have
When
to
did
give
they
up
give up
the,
land? Name. I'm sorry.
We didn't have to give up the Sinai Peninsula. We could have kept that, and in my opinion, I wish Israel had given the Sinai Peninsula to the Palestinians rather than Egypt. But it didn't happen. I don't know why it didn't happen. I wasn't there.
Bruh.
It's just I don't know. This is
What?
getting confusing now. Yeah,
That's not a territory. Obviously, what people are talking about is the Israeli territory grabbing, where they have went into Lebanon and declared this as part of Israel, or they have went into the West Bank and taken over territory in there repeatedly over multiple decades. Or they've taken Gaza and they've pushed back Gaza multiple times as well. Like there are clear maps of this all the way back from the 1950s to present. Like this isn't a secret, right?
No. I fundamentally reject settling in the West Bank. I do not agree with it whatsoever. I give myself the oxymoron of non-expansionist Zionists. But I do not agree whatsoever that the West Bank settlements are at all okay. They are not okay.
So
I don't think...
Then why are you supporting of all these Israeli organizations that are fundamentally against the position you just took?
Because I think the opposition goes too far in the other direction.
Okay.
What do you mean by that?
Hang on. So this is what we call like a non-answer, right? Which is you're saying, hey, I'm not actually with side X because I'm against this particular policy. So then we say, well, then why then are you against not X? And you're like, well, not X takes it too far. So that's why I'm with X. But then everyone asks, well, if you're with X, why are they're the ones that are against the policies that you just said you're doing a catch-22, man. You can't say like I'm both pro this side because the other side goes too far, but I'm also against what this side actually says. Like that makes no sense.
Yeah, you can't be inside and out.
Oh no, you cut out there for a second. My phone crashed. You cut out there for a second.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. What was being pointed out was that you're indicating that you are against the not X people because they take it too far, and hence you're pro the X people. But then when I press you on what the X people support, you say, oh, well, I actually don't support what the X people say. So that makes no sense, right? Like you can't be both, I'm against what the X people say, and I'm against the not X people. Like that you're just, you're right. That's a catch-22. That doesn't make any sense.
No, you're absolutely correct.
Okay.
I think, whether or not it sounds cringe, I think coming from a Jewish perspective, I have not computed things out far enough.
Okay.
If that makes any sense. It's a very
It's emotional for you than logical.
Sure.
That's the thing.
Oh no, I don't know if my phone is spinning up. And I mean, even if I had other Jews in Israel cause me an identity crisis, that's an entirely different story. I want a Jewish state to exist. That's where I fundamentally return to. And, you know, just like I'm an American who hates what Trump is doing, I am a Jewish person that hates what Netanyahu is doing. And I cannot control it. I feel like it's out of my control. And I'm very happy that I have at least an American vote to, you know, I have an American vote to give at least partially of how I feel, but I am not a dual citizen who can also vote for the party that I in Israel that I want to exercise their vision. Like I would not vote Likud if I was a Israeli citizen. I would probably vote Yesh Atid or somebody more liberal than the Likud, because I think what the Likud has done is incredibly too radical for anyone to be comfortable with. And while it doesn't make a lot of sense in what I am saying, it's a very emotionally related thing that I have as a Jewish person a difficult time putting into words from people that are seeing things objectively, if that makes sense.
Not really.
You didn't say anything to me, at least.
And it's fine.
There was one point where you agreed with me.
There's nothing wrong with not knowing everything. That's fine, right? That's
right. I don't know everything.
Yeah, it's fine not knowing everything, and it's also fine being, you know, concerned about, you know, maybe particular countries you have a connection to or whatnot, right? It's just that you have to be careful then when you're attempting to express a position where like you're taking a hard stance on military aid for Israel, right? Whereas other people that have looked into these things, they've come to a different conclusion, and you're basing your conclusion more so off of not having enough knowledge on the topic, right? And that's not normally a good position to take, is that, you know, I don't know enough, so I'm going to take this position because I have these particular feelings about this particular thing.
Yeah.
Like, that's not normally the way you want to do things, right?
Like, I could say I want the Iron Dome funded, but I don't want more bombs dropped on Gaza, and that wouldn't make sense to anybody.
No, but a lot of people might agree with that sentiment, because a lot of people might agree with the right of Israel to defend themselves, but not Israel's right to eradicate people because they consider them vermin, right? Like these,
they shouldn't do that.
Both of these, yeah, right, and that would be more in line with the leftist position of, Israel has taken it too far. That doesn't mean that doesn't mean I want Israel to be eradicated. Right?
Yeah.
When I say Israel is taking it too far, that doesn't mean therefore Israel should be eradicated. That isn't what that position means. That position means the people of Gaza have a right to not be starved to death. They have a right to not have, fucking 80% of all of their homes blown up by missiles. Like, why is Israel systematically destroying all of the homes of all of the children in Gaza? Why are they doing that? That isn't fucking trying to take care of terrorism. That is fucking behaving like goddamn, like, pieces of shit, right? And that should not be happening. And we shouldn't be taking a stance of like, that's okay because some people named Hamas threw a couple of bombs and hurt a bunch of Israelis. I'm not trying to downplay that a bunch of Israelis got hurt. That was a tragedy. That shouldn't have happened either. But you don't go and kill 30,000 people and starve a bunch of people to death. That's not okay, right?
You're correct. Yeah, I agree.
Anyway. So anyway,
I guess that's where I guess that's where I find myself having a. I guess I feel a little politically homeless, at least on the American front, trying to find a balance between, hey, I don't want Israel to do terrible things, but I want Israel to exist. That's where I find myself having a difficult time to be in.
Yeah, you're boxing with shadows. There is no one on the left that has ever said Israel shouldn't exist, unless they're a crazy person, right? You don't find anyone on the left or any a leftist politician or fucking people, like, you don't find like people in Europe going, oh my God, you know, like France isn't like taking the stance of let's remove no one is doing this. This is, you're boxing with shadows. No one has ever said that anything even close to this, right? Here's a great video that's been passed around a lot on the server. You should watch this. Don't care so much about Destiny. That really doesn't matter. The point is that Professor Dave does a great job of providing comprehensive information on a topic. And he goes over a shitload of information on this exact issue, right? And I think it's very, very good, right?
Yeah, just be more open-minded and not so defensive. That's the main thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I just feel like the rhetoric that I've endured from purely crazy people has made me extra defensive. You know, and these are nut jobs. These are people that are one-offs. You know, that you know, don't represent statistically a more rational group of people, but as the years progress, I feel more politically homeless because I've always been a strong Democrat my whole life, and I don't feel like the left or the right are really representing me on these issues. You know, it sounds stupid maybe, but
well, no, it sounds correct.
And it's okay to feel like that, you know?
Yeah, watch that video later. And
I will.
You know.
What were you gonna say, Space Ghost or Squisher?
It's Squisher, sorry. Yeah, I was gonna say, no, it sounds correct that you don't feel like the left or the right, but you know, whatever, the parties, I guess, if one was pick teams, represent what you think, but you're conflicted, to be fair. I don't think either one could.
Fair enough, yeah.
Yeah.
I just want two states where everybody is peaceful, and it seems so impossible. You know, I mean, from an absolutely scientific or genetic thing, the Palestinians are objectively my cousins, and I love them. I have friends who are Palestinian, and I just want all of us to live peacefully next to one another, and it really sucks the state of the world that we're in.
Yes, agreed.
Yeah,
but that's reality, you know.
I mean, yeah, because all this started because you said something about, oh, you thought someone was being, I guess, discriminated, and I'm like, what? No one here was even thinking of that. Like,
Nobody here has said anything insane. I want to point that out. Nobody here in axiomatic reasoning has said anything remotely insane. But if you find my Threads account, you'll be like, holy shit, what the hell is going on? You know? But
I wouldn't, because I'm familiar with the internet. People exist, right? Shit, people exist.
Yeah. Again, you have to be careful of, like, a bunch of neo-Nazis showing up in your chat and, you know,
Mhm.
being sending you a bunch of rhetoric or something, right? Versus people that are trying to what sounds like accomplish the same things that you have of interest, which is peace
Mhm.
and, you know,
Yes.
not people dying, right?
Right.
Everyone
Yes.
wants that. That's what everyone wants, right?
I will say,
you know, well, that's what we want.
I
right?
that is what we want. I do need to make an addendum. There was that one guy that I pointed out was saying that I eat Palestinian babies, and we quickly banned them. There was
Oh.
that one crazy guy.
Oh, I
In here in this Discord.
In his Discord, they said I eat Palestinian babies for breakfast, and I'm like, that's fucking terrible. Why would you say that?
Yeah, everybody knows you eat them at lunchtime. Come the fuck on. Did they have no decorum?
That's funny. Yeah, no, well, that's. I'm glad we got around to banning that person. I apologize if I'm slow on those things.
I mean, I did want to. I mean, I did want to say that, like, even the idea of Zionism is ridiculous because it wasn't even an idea that was originally brought upon by the Jewish. It wasn't even brought upon by Jewish people until the 1800s. Before that, there was no such thing as a Zionist movement.
There was no such. Well, nobody had a word for it, but for thousands of years, and I can testify to this, is that, I mean, we've always been considering this geographic piece of land as an important place to return to. It's in so many of our prayers. It's in so many of our holidays. It's been an integral facet of Judaism itself.
Yeah.
And
we get that. I get that. I fully understand that it's a facet of Judaism and that they do acknowledge Israel as their home, right? Like, Christians acknowledge Israel as their home. Islam also Islam defines like Saudi Arabia and Mecca as their home, right? They obviously want to return to the, will grant that, like, yeah, they want to like return to their homeland, right? But like there's like the Israel and the Jewish, like, Zionism is like saying that people need to go back to their homeland without exception, and like they need to exterminate anybody or remove people from that homeland that don't belong there.
Well, the weird part is the people of Gaza. Many of them have been generationally longer in Israel than many of the people in Israel, right? That moved there,
Yeah.
right? So, like,
I don't know. That might be debatable.
What do you mean that might be? That's not debatable.
I think it's about the same.
Zombo.
I think it's about the same.
But like, no,
It's
but Zombo.
literally-
We can look at the stats, right? You can see that a majority of the Jewish population is in Israel, right? Is mostly going to be mostly made up of the Ashkenazi Jews.
And it's not. It's not. Google it right now. You can Google it right now, and you will see that most of the Jewish population in Israel is Mizrahi. It is Middle Eastern. We did not leave Israel by choice. We left Israel because of imperialism and colonialism.
That wasn't
No. His charge was that the majority of Jews in Israel is Ashkenazi, and that's not true.
That's completely irrelevant. That had nothing to do with the point. The point is that the people of Gaza were already living where they had been for generations.
So have the Jews in less number.
Great.
And-
so they
and you
shouldn't
have to
be
look
they
at
shouldn't
his-
be eradicating each other from the land. The point is when Israel says the Gazan people need to be removed from the land, what land are they supposed to go to? That's the land where they've been for generations. You can argue, well, this group has been here 17 generations, or this one has only been here 15 generations. This is completely irrelevant. The point is, you have someone who their great-great-great-grandparents, their great-great-grandparents, their great-grandparents, their grandparents, their parents, and themselves have been in that fucking same piece of land as many of the Israelites have been as well, right?
Correct. Yes, you're right, but that's not the charge that was being made.
What do you mean?
It was.
That was the charge that was being made.
He was saying that the majority of Jews in Israel are from Europe, which is not true.
There are a large amount of. Okay.
It is not true. Google it right now.
This is a percentage that is irrelevant. Like,
I know it's irrelevant.
What percentage?
Right,
Zombo. What percentage is it? What percentage of the Jews are from Europe?
Less than half.
Just name the percentage.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, name whatever percentage you want, man. It doesn't matter. 10%, 20%.
So I have a thing right here. I put a source in the side chat, right?
Okay.
And this source claims that Ashkenazi Jews in Israel number roughly 2.8 to 3 million people.
It is 30 to 45%. 30 to 45%.
So that's exactly what, like, this is what it says, right? 32 to 45%.
Okay, so
if
we're
looking at this, right? They make up a majority of the population. You just fucking refuted yourself, dude.
No, you said the majority of the Jewish population was European, and I'm saying the majority of the Jewish population has never pretty much fundamentally left the area.
You're not tracking. I said they are Ashkenazi and Sephardic.
You stopped at Ashkenazi.
Oh my God, people!
And Sephardic.
What does it matter? Like, literally, why is this relevant? If it's 30%, great. It's 1 out of 3.
What's the point?
It's one. Okay, cool. 1 out of 3, 1 out of 4, whatever amount you want. Does it matter? The point is, how in God's name does that in any way justify eradicating other people who have also been there?
Especially the Palestinians, yeah.
Like, it doesn't matter if it was 1 out of 3 or 2 out of 3 or 1 out of 4. You could have it in any way that you want. It doesn't make a difference, right?
It doesn't. It shouldn't. But
So,
if somebody
why-
tells me that the majority of Jews in Israel are European, I'm gonna correct them. I have to.
Why is Israel advocating for people to be removed from land which is the only land they know of as their home?
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
That's the only thing that matters.
That's the whole point,
Israel is
yeah.
taking a stance, whether you think it's primarily European Jews or primarily not European Jews, it doesn't matter. The Israeli people are taking a strong stance that various other groups, like the Gazan people, need to be removed from Israel's land, as they call it, right? They literally declared whole sections of Lebanon as part of Israel, right? And the point is that stance is them saying these people don't belong here, and everyone is asking, where do they belong? Because that is where they've been for generations upon generations. Their entire historical story, everything they know about themselves is from that land.
And if you flip it, you're anti-Semite. You know, if you flip the rhetoric on that and
sure
rephrase it the other way, you know. But yeah, you have.
I mean,
point there.
because if you flip it, I mean, both cases are true. You have two distinct groups of people who have lived there for thousands of years.
Yeah, so
which you know nobody is going to have a clear answer to.
But one group is trying to remove the other group.
Yeah.
Yeah, one group want one other one go bye bye.
Yeah, like
I would almost.
it's not equal, right? If it was equal, if it was equal, the United States would have given a nuke to each side and then said, "Okay, now you guys either blow each other up or you negotiate
or play nice."
Right? That would have been the ultimate resolution. But instead, one side has been armed to the teeth with drones and helicopters and military equipment, and the other side is literally just trying to figure out how to rebuild a school for their children, right?
I mean, there are probably many different points of history to either blame or examine or analyze. I mean, there's an entire laundry list of things that the British Empire has fucked up. Whether it's Africa or the Middle East.
Yeah, and you know what happens in those situations? Like, for example,
a lot of war.
When a country like in Africa goes to the United Nations and says, you know what, Britain fucked up and took all this shit from us, and that's why all this shit is in museums. You know what happens through the political process and pressure? A lot of times, in modern times, and maybe it doesn't happen as much as it should, that stuff gets sent back. It gets sent back as, oops, we're sorry, that was not the correct way to do things, right? In other words, we try to repair that issue. We don't just say, oh, bad things happen on both sides, so it's okay that, Israel blew up another school last week, right? That's not that is not the way we conduct the rhetoric. We're trying to ask, how do we help a bunch of people that have lived in the exact same land as Israel, like the Israelis, right? Why are they also not considered part of Israel? For shit like, either make them a state or make them their own country or do something, a combination of the both. What you can't do is promote rhetoric that says these people aren't allowed to be here, because then you leave everyone scratching their head going, where the fuck are they supposed to be? Where are they from? Where are the Gazan people from?
Yeah, exactly.
They're from Israel. That's where they're from.
That's their land.
That's where their stores were. That's where their schools were. That's where they got married. That's where they had kids. Their entire lives are in Israel. Generations.
That's where their lineage is, pretty much.
Yeah.
You gotta remember that Israel is not even like it was made after World War II. It's like less than 100 years old.
Yeah,
that's a point of contention.
Well, not
you.
I mean,
there's never.
Literally, their declaration was exactly what he said, right? Like that.
Yeah.
So
literally.
if you're saying that there was contention, that's not,
come on, man.
If you want to ignore like hundreds of years of colonialism, sure, Israel began in 1948. If you want to ignore everything before that,
which actually,
what's everything before
as far as
that?
the current
Though?
conflict goes,
what's everything before that? You've got the Romans, the Greeks, the Assyrians. You've got 2 or 3 different Arab empires that also ruled the land. You've got the British that ruled the land. Okay, like there's never been an independent Palestinian state, which fucking sucks because, I believe that they should have one, but it's always been controlled by some other larger entity.
And that
with the exception of
Israel.
Except with the exception that also the Jews controlled the land for a very long period of time.
In any case, let's say everything you said is true. Great. Okay. What do we do with the Gazan people? Well,
what do we do with it?
It's completely irrelevant, right? Like, you're bringing up all these things that have nothing to do with, like, great, what do we do with the Gazan people?
Come like
give them half of Israel or no?
Great.
I think Jordan...
You have 10 generations ago, ancestors that were butthurt by some other 10 generations ago. That's amazing. Not relevant. What do we do with the Gazan people? Because exterminating them is wrong. Right? I hope we all agree with that. Okay, we all agree with that.
Yes.
So what do we do with that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. You got to
You
ask
don't know,
yourself,
really.
Well, the
You
the
really
the
don't.
the answers typically are they become their own country, they become a state of Israel
It should
with
be.
voting rights, right? Or they become citizens of Israel, right? And they become
Yeah.
integrated and they become taken care of because they're now citizens of Israel and they aren't starved
what
to death anymore,
happens-
right?
What happens when you integrate a lot of people that want, let's say every
Then you get
Palestinian got
America
integrated
in
into
the
Israel.
you get America in the 1910s, right? When we had 25%
Yeah.
immigration or whatever the fuck it was.
So
That's what
what
you get.
what do you think would happen if Palestinians were every
would-
Palestinian was made a citizen of Israel tomorrow? What do you think would happen?
Excellent. You would get a lot of politicians that would freak the fuck out and then figure out how they need to cater to those Palestinians to try to win their vote because they need to respect them now rather than treating them like shit, right? Because
Yeah.
they're not animals, they're equal citizens that are also worth a vote, so that you would need to campaign and talk about helping them and increasing their food and rebuilding their buildings and giving them better schools
Absolutely.
and doing all that kind of
Yep.
shit, right? That's exactly what would happen is you would have
This is
politicians
hyper-idealized.
trying to literally get their vote like they would with anyone else in the entire country.
So what do you do with the portion of Palestinians indoctrinated to hate Jews as much as the Jews have been indoctrinated to hate Palestinians?
Yeah, what do? What you want to arrest all the Israelis that have been indoctrinated to hate Gazans?
As
Yeah,
much
and
as I
then-
would arrest the Gazans that have been indoctrinated to hate
Okay,
Israelis.
so the answer is no. You don't be arresting either side. You instead provide them education, reform, rebuild their schools,
Exactly.
give them food, give them their houses, make sure that they're not getting fucking bombed, right? Like, you're basically saying, what do we do with the children that are going to be pissed off that their parents were executed? You know, man, I mean,
Exactly.
I don't know what to
Yeah.
do. Like, you got to take care of them, right? You got to take care of them,
Yeah.
you know?
This is true. Then I would ask, like, then I would ask, okay, what about those that want to keep Israel a Jewish ethnic state?
I mean, there are people that want something that they can't have. They want. I would just go to them and say the exact same thing I just said to you, and say, "Great, that's what you want. Fantastic. What do we do with the Gazan people?" Because the question doesn't go away because you say, yo, I want all, Israel to be nothing but Jewish people, right? And it already isn't, right? Isn't it like
Or Jewish-loving
15%
people.
Muslim or something already? Like 15% of the citizens in Israel are already like Palestinian and Muslim. So like that. So that's not happening. That is already not happening. What you're advocating for. But the point is, it doesn't matter. Any goal you hear about someone advocating for something for Israel, you just agree with. Great. Israel was sucker punched and they were hurt in the 1920s. And then there was that thing that happened in the 1890s that was really fucked up. And then there was the blow. Great. Fantastic. What do we do with the Gazan people? Just tell me what to do with them. Because the answer is not exterminate them. That's not the fucking answer.
It's never the answer.
Yeah. That's the
I
wrong
agree.
answer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just want, I think having their own state would be good.
Yeah, they could have their own state. You could set up an electoral college,
Maybe.
Or they could be made a territory of Israel, right? Meaning that they're also taken care of. They're under the responsibility of Israel, right? So then bombing them would be considered effectively what is that called when a country kills its own citizens?
Crime against humanity.
Yeah, crime against humanity or something,
Yeah,
right? The
some
point,
really terrible shit.
yeah, right. So the point is that if they were made a territory of Israel, then they would not. Israel would not be allowed under United Nations law to just arbitrarily bomb them. It would now be considered a domestic dispute if there was some type of radicalization going on or something, right? The point is,
I really like that idea.
yeah. The point is
I've
that
never been proposed that.
well, I mean, there's many alternatives that are possible, right? The point is that the current state that Israel is currently advocating for is the worst, is the most horrible one, which is to not let them have any type of status whatsoever, and to continually pretend as though they're an outside invading force that literally came from nowhere, right? And so, like, this position is just so inhumane and disrespectful, right? Like, this is just not appropriate, right? So imagine they were a territory and the group of Hamas did the attack that they did. Rather than indiscriminately bombing them as though they were a fucking separate country, what would Israel have been required to do? They would have had to go in as though their job was to protect the Gazan people from Hamas and arrest those people and bring justice, right? But instead, they've treated the Gazan people like they're an outside invading force from some other country. And this is not the appropriate action. Israel should be protecting the children of Gaza, and they're not, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're just bombing the shit out of them. They're calling anyone who's like Palestinian, right, is basically a form of Hamas. And it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, my connection dipped again, but I do like this idea of territories rather than, you know, an opposition to the people as a whole. And I think that sort of lends itself to I much more favor past prime ministers that have advocated for statehood or some sort of independence rather than the absolutely batshit crazy government that Israel has right now. Like, I'm an Ehud Barak fan. I like the idea of giving them shitloads of land and making it explicitly their land and pulling out settlements and all that bullshit that, you know, to make sure that the land that is Palestinian land is Palestinian land. I hate and oppose the expansionist ideology of settlements. I do not think it is right. I think it is wrong. Mossad, if you're listening, please let me back into the country so I can visit a second time. But you know, I do not think what I do know in my heart is that I strongly oppose the Netanyahu government and what they've constructed.
All right. Yeah. Well, it sounds like it sounds like you're on the left. Then I mean, you're doing the same thing again, where you're agreeing with these good points, and I'm happy for that, right? But you know, that's the opposite of what you were advocating for earlier, right? I think that's fine. That's fine, right?
It's a unique emotional struggle that has no rationality.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah,
it's
that's
also
fair.
it's also facts coming in, right? I think when you're presented a fairly simplistic argument, sometimes that, can be jarring, right? And I think you have to just keep that in mind. What the fuck do we do with the Gazan people, right? Because you can talk all day
Right.
about legacy and history and whatever, and this person did this and this person did that, and really the Israeli people have claimed, no, the Gazan people have claimed. Who cares, right? At the end of the day, Israel is currently on a rampage to destroy every house in Gaza so that every
Yes.
single person is fucking homeless. Right?
Yes.
They've already made, what is it, 70% of the country homeless. Like they literally, you can literally see them carpet bomb and just blow up houses. They're not looking for any particular person. They're not hunting for Hamas. They're just destroying their ability to even live in shelter anymore, right? And then they also blocked the aid that was going in. They blocked water, they blocked food, they blocked all that stuff. Their claim, they literally, what was the thing that they blocked that was considered like just ridiculous? They blocked the import of sugar, right? So to be clear, cookies, already made cookies, Israel prevented from going into Gaza, and their claim was the cookies would be ground up to make missiles. That was the claim made by Israel.
Holy
right?
shit.
So
that's crazy.
That's crazy, right? That's crazy. So we the world is watching, and Israel is not doing the right thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just, I mean, as much as I agree with you, my fear for the, I don't want to say opposite end of the spectrum, but my fear is that people will take this, very obvious wrongdoing and run with it and do something catastrophic to Jews who are not even involved in the conversation. That are not even they're not Israeli. They'll whether it's a stabbing on the streets of New York or the Bondi Beach shooting. I mean, my fear is people will take some of this and absolutely run with it to the most absurd degree.
I mean, that seems like a ill-placed fear. I'm not sure who you think is going to carry that out or why. What do you think? Let's say Israel, the country, was tried for not doing the right thing and fucking up and being a detriment to humanity and whatever, right? What do you think the outcome would be? Like, what do you think the outcome has been in the past?
I think the outcome would be an increase of violence towards visibly Jewish people.
Is that what happened to Germany?
Yeah. I mean, they got rid of all their visibly Jewish people, but people today in multiple places, whether it's in Europe or New York, visibly Jewish people are objectively less safe because of the actions of a single country.
The actions of a single country?
Like Israel, in my opinion, is making visibly Jewish people less safe on the streets.
Okay. So I mean, I don't know why. I'm asking on a global level, right? Like Germany lost the war, right? And what happened from that, right? They had to be revamped, right? So what happened?
Yes.
They wrote a new constitution, and then they were ordered. They were under, effectively house arrest by Europe, right? They were ordered to pay reparations, right? And those things were done, right? And Germany now has a different constitution. They have a different form of government. They're no longer, the point is that the people were were charged with the task of making sure that this type of thing wouldn't happen again, right? And what makes you think that Israel's United Nations punishment or reformation would be any different than what we literally did with the Nazi Party in Germany? Like, what makes you think it would be any different than that?
I mean, I don't think it would be different if it came down to it. Just,
okay.
You know, that's not necessarily like
Yeah. So
what I am thinking of.
Sure. So you're, I guess you're expressing a lot of fears for Jewish people around the globe. That's fine, right? But none of that really has anything to do with doing the right thing. And Israel needs to do the right thing. And everyone's waiting for Israel to do the right thing. And if the right thing doesn't get done, I have a fear that the corrective action is going to be the world forcing Israel to do the right thing. And the forcing of Israel to do the right thing is going to be in line with what happened the last time a country had to be forced to do the right thing, right? And so that would be a rewriting of Israel's constitution, a reformation of how it is that they're going to interact with the people in the Middle East, right? And, you know, some other things along those lines, right? Is that going to happen? That's not going to happen. We all know that that's not going to happen because at the moment, Israel doesn't have to give a fuck about anyone because they're currently being supported by literally the most powerful military on the planet, right? So Israel is literally allowed to do whatever they want right now, and there's not anyone that is willing to prevent that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all just so scary.
Yeah, world politics is terrible. I hate world politics. Everyone's always killing each other. All kinds of shit. Yeah.
And that's why we need to vote.
That's why we
And
vote.
that's
Yes.
why we need to vote.
Yes. Definitely make sure
So
to vote.
true.
I'm definitely
Like, please.
considering that.
Like, please vote, damn it. Like, I voted Hillary, Biden, and Kamala. Like, please, for the love of God, vote.
Yes. Yeah, voting's good. Oh man.
Bobby, can I ask a math question, or are we still on?
Sure. Yeah, we can switch topics.
Please ask a math question.
Please. It's long overdue.
Yeah, no worries. Math question.
Well, it's not like a direct math question, but you were saying you were like falling asleep in libraries. Danny, like, can you explain, like, what were you working on? What were you doing that required you to take? Because I want to do that. That's like a goal of mine.
And why'd you go to
That's
Denny's?
the
Were
goal
you
of my
hungry?
life. So, you know,
Yes.
some schools have like study rooms. Like you can get like a little office in the library, right? It depends on the school you're at. So you like sign
I
up
have
and
that
you're
too,
like,
yep.
oh, I'd like one of those, you know, and then they give you like a key and you get it for like the semester or something, you know. So you can have a little room in the library where you like put all your books and stuff, you know, and you're like always studying out of the office or whatever. But I don't know. I like I said, I fell asleep at a Denny's once. I was just doing math homework, you know, complex variables or some particular weird theorem that I was like, I don't understand why this theorem works. So I just, you know, had to reread it over and over again, you know, just need to write up stuff, you know. I don't know. Just doing a lot of math.
Makes sense. And then you just, well, my Discord crashed or something right now, so I don't know if I missed something, but I'm guessing you just, I don't know, the pencil was flying and then you're just zoning out. I don't know.
Reading. I don't know.
Okay.
So when you take a nap in the library, it's more like you're weighing your options of, I could bike all the way back home, or I could just sleep under this table real quick and get a couple of hours. And so there's like there's a deliberation in your head, and at some point you're like, I don't know, why don't I try it? And so you give it a quick nap, and then you're like, and then you're okay, and then you go back to studying.
What about the Denny's?
Oh, that was just pure, like, I was in the middle of reading and I was nodding off, and it was like 3 a.m, and I fell asleep while I was sitting there.
Were you hungry and you just decided to go to Denny's and then just study, or?
Yeah, well, they're 24/7.
Yeah,
so
24/7.
that is helpful. And yeah, I rode to a Denny's to sit and just study. So I took over one of their tables in the back. I'm like, just give me one of the tables in the back, so I'm not bothering anyone. And then you set up, your book and plug in the laptop or whatever. And then you sit and read and write math proofs, do more reading, and you order something. You get a nice meal. I did eat something.
Yeah.
And then you get a cup of coffee, and you get infinite coffee refills, right? And then
Oh yeah, that is a plus.
That's genius.
Yeah,
Yeah, that is.
and then and then you fall asleep, right? And then you wake up with the manager going, sir, this is not the place to fall asleep. And I was like, I'm sorry, I'm just a poor college student.
I'm gonna go to Denny's to study now. This next coming up semester.
Yeah.
Now that
100%.
Waffle House also works.
Yeah, Denny's is
I'm
pretty
in the
good.
Midwest.
Waffle House, you might get shot depending on.
I don't have a Waffle House here in my state.
Waffle House.
Some guy comes in. He's a little too drunk. He's like, you know what? This guy's bothering me. I don't feel like moving, and like just boom, get the ambulance to take him out, and then I can sit. I don't know.
Mm-mm.
Wait, so okay. I don't know. Like right now, all the books I have are just like pirated, so they're all on my phone. But I find that I desperately crave the actual physical textbooks of like the electrodynamics book I'm reading. So, do you recommend this?
Oh yeah, there's a serious addiction. The smell, the feel, the holding of the book, the opening of it.
True.
Yeah, it's like it's a drug, man. It's a drug. Then you start buying too many books. Then you got like bookshelves that are like giving you the sign that they're about to collapse. I'm looking at my bookshelf right now. Too many books on it.
Yep. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad that other people think the
So
same way.
anytime you hear about a math professor that's about to retire, go run into their office and be like, yo, where are all your old books? Right? Because I got so many old books from like just random professor, like here's a shitload of books I had. I got like 6 copies of Rudin. Everyone has a copy of Rudin. So I kept getting a bunch of copies
What
of
are you
Rudin.
gonna do with
The
6
Legend of
copies
the-
of
do-
Rudin?
I don't know. I'm just, I just have them on the shelf.
But
Hey,
Bobby, do you have?
they all have different editions and different spines, so they're not even like the same. Like,
Do you have the book by Miyamoto Musashi, Legend of the Ten Rings?
Legend now? Isn't that a comic? Wait, what?
I was gonna say,
Sounds
isn't
like
that
a
a
comic. Yeah, it
Oh.
sounds like a comic book.
I thought that was a Marvel thing. Isn't that a Marvel thing? The Legend of the Ten Rings?
Or
Help me
Book
out
of
here.
5 Rings? Yeah.
Legend
still
of
sounds like
the
Marvel.
Ten Rings. Marvel?
It's not
Question
10 rings,
mark?
it's the 5 rings.
Hang on. Yeah, Legend of the Ten Rings, 2021, Marvel Studios, superhero.
I got it mixed up. I sent
Okay,
the 5 rings by
okay,
Miyamoto
cool.
Musashi.
Hey, I was just rubbing it in. That's all. Okay. So, 5 Rings. Okay. No,
Yeah.
I haven't read that one. I haven't read the 5 Rings one.
It's a good book. Book of
Yeah,
5
I
rings.
think I'm gonna. Do you get your books off of Amazon? Your textbooks.
Me, I go to Abe's
Yeah.
books most of the time. So Abe's.
What the hell is this?
Abe's
books.
is so lit.
So Abe's Books is
Abe Books?
owned by Amazon, actually, I think, if I remember correctly. But they're kind of like the redheaded stepchild. I shouldn't say phrases like that. I'm sorry. I was a redheaded stepchild, so I don't know. Anyway,
Is it just math books?
no, they have all
all
kinds of
books.
books, but like
Oh,
really rare things or used books people put on here. You can find almost anything. You can find all kinds of stuff. So like Watson's Bessel functions, right? Can I not spell correctly? I can't spell correctly. Kaboom! A treatise on the theory of Bessel functions. There it is. Look at it.
Good
So
lord,
beautiful.
that's expensive.
Yeah, I know. That's because this is what happens. Books become more and more expensive the more researchy they are. Like this is straight up like you are doing graduate research and Fourier analysis and Bessel functions. So
Damn, I gotta get that book because that sounds interesting.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
yeah, well, it's a book I have right here.
Quick little flex.
There, let me put it up. On
Looks
the
like
thing.
ooh.
Kaboom! It's my newest book. There it is. Look at it in glory. There. Yes.
Do you have the book American Prometheus?
American Prometheus? I don't think so.
Yeah.
I
It's a
want to
book about
learn.
Oppenheimer.
Oh, it's about Oppenheimer. Interesting.
Yeah.
See, part of me, well, I don't know. Part of me, I need to ask a physicist if I can do electrodynamics and quantum mechanics at the same time.
Yeah, that would be a
Ugh.
question for a physicist, because
That might get a little weird.
I have no idea.
Because the problem is that it's now that I'm doing philosophy, and I get into a lot of argument with a lot of Phil bros that think they know quantum mechanics. I want to learn quantum mechanics partly because, well, it's cool, but also partly because I can stop the quantum mechanics LARPers in the philosophy community.
Yeah. Well, the most.
Law.
So I don't know any quantum mechanics per se, in that I've never done any physics stuff, but IBM has a course on quantum information theory.
Oh shoot!
And they'll even give you a little exam on it. So you can take their
Nice.
little. It's a free exam, and it gives you like a little emoji essentially. But so like if you want to learn the fundamentals of quantum information and like how quantum computing works, so specifically qubits, this will take you through a very like I guess basic understanding of it, right? They have, let's see. Where is it? View all courses. So here is John Watrous. He has 4 courses, and the first one is the one that I gave in the link, right? And so all 4 of these courses will take you through everything you would ever want to know about qubits. So I personally found these incredibly helpful because I wanted to know how quantum information theory works. If this won't teach you quantum mechanics, but it will give you the basic understanding of why quantum information is different from classical information, or why quantum information is able to do things that classical information can't do, right? So.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Oh, yeah, that's what I was going to say. In my physics department, you have to choose what you want to specialize in. So I chose to specialize in professional physics since I want to do like theoretical or mathematical physics. But there's astrophysics too, which you actually get to play with like the telescopes and the observatory and all that. And then they just added a quantum like specialty or like a something like quantum logic, all that stuff. They added a specialization there, which is dealing with like kind of the stuff you do with AI and all that. So
Gotcha.
it focuses on like it lets you take classes in like machine learning, some computer science classes. So pretty cool little thing.
Yeah. Man, all right. Well, it's been a long night. I think I gotta go to bed. I'm losing my voice. In theory, I'm scheduled for tomorrow, so I'm supposed to do 1v1 debates or whatnot. So anyone that wants to come do a 1v1 or whatever, that's cool. So I'm going to try a stream tomorrow. We'll see how that goes. That'll be my first time streaming on a weekday, other than a Friday, I guess. So we'll see how popular that is. Might not go super well. But thanks everyone for listening. You guys can feel free to stay in the chat longer if you want, of course. But I'm going to go to bed.
Good night, everyone.
Night, Bobby. Night, everybody. I'm going to bed.
I just want to say I greatly appreciate the community that has been fostered here. You know, I know I don't bring the most conventional or sound arguments, but I greatly appreciate the discussions that we've had today and in the past.
Yeah, I think that's great. I'm glad that you're. I'm glad that you joined, and I'm glad that you're open to learning new things and whatnot, which is the most important part of any discussion, right?
True.
All right. Good night, everyone.
Good night, y'all.
Later.